The strange thing is, my dear Anna had the same problem. She would start the story in the middle, okay? The strange thing is, targeted individuals. You gotta start the story at the beginning, okay? So that means you gotta say, okay, who you are, when this happened, how it happened, and what the overall picture is. Then you get into details about, yeah, this might happen, there's cars pull up, and there's these people all standing around, and they say the same word to me, and it happens everywhere I go, and there's 40 in the house, and all this stuff. Because otherwise, when you start talking about this stuff, even to fellow targeted individuals who have experienced many weird things themselves, they will think you're an incoherent nutcase, and they won't want to help you. Okay, friends? This is really important. I just want to say that again to all fellow targeted individuals. If this is happening to you for the first time, it causes panic, it causes upset, but you have to get control because you want your life, okay? Even though now you're blacklisted by the world satanic government, that's who's doing this, okay? Don't make any mistake. Who is doing this to you? Satan, okay? And do not go to police. Do not go to government authorities, because guess what? They all work for Satan. They are the ones who are doing it. If they serve these government agencies, they are in on it. They are part of it, okay? So it's not, and if you go to police, they have a whole procedure set up to, first they have to send you to a psychiatrist to determine if you're sane, and of course that guy is paid to say that you are schizophrenic for telling them what you're going to tell them. Okay, so you can see, obviously that's not going to work. So just wanted to say that to fellow TIs. Another thing too, I'll show a picture of it here on the screen. I just wanted another great tip if you're a targeted individual is Satan will attack you with noise. Okay, so a really great thing to have is Peltor earmuffs. Okay, and they cost maybe about $30, and or whatever they cost. But even if they cost $50, it's well worth it, man. I get snap attacks all the time. I just know what I call idle. They'll pull right up to where I put my car parked, and they'll just run their engine. Just make it be out of the blue. There could be tons of empty space, but they'll pull right up next to me and start their engine running. Or Satan will cause. I know it sounds really paranoid, and has that happened to you? I don't blame you for thinking this is, it's just reading too much into it. But I'm telling you, dogs just start barking, okay? And Satan knows he'll continue what he knows bothers you, okay? They have a whole list. See, this is what's hard for the person that's first targeted. It's hard to believe that they actually go to these lengths. They have a whole computerized system where they have, it's not just, random beasts with big claws and teeth. Yeah, I told you they have big claws and teeth. You can see they're monsters. They're literal monsters. If you saw these things, you'd crap your pants if they were right in front of you. But they have to operate in such a way that they're generally not allowed to do that. But you need to understand, they go by, it's a procedure. It's not just, some, going, all right, now let's try this. No, it's very methodical. They know what they're doing. It's psychological warfare. They want you to be so upset that you can't think straight. They want you to commit suicide. That's the whole point. That's what they want. They want to make you so angry and so frustrated that you slip up, break the law, assault somebody, do something else, and bam, they got you in prison, okay? It's happened plenty of times to plenty of people I've talked to personally, and I know that this is real. Luckily, that didn't happen to me, and I had the advantage of knowing about the police because it actually was the police that were stalking me, so I kind of used my common sense. Well, if I go to the police about this, how's that going to help? And then with further investigation, I learned, oh boy, it's a good thing I didn't, go in and try to report or complain about it because, oh boy, they'll find, who knows what will happen if they find you schizophrenic. I mean, who knows? Maybe they'll take away your driver's license or something, and you probably certainly can't buy a gun. Not that I'm saying you should. I'm just saying, things like that, or running for public office or something. I wouldn't hold your breath after being diagnosed as a schizophrenic.
It just blowing me away that I don't know. It's hard. I'm listening to you, Donald, and it's like, man, it's like I want to believe so bad, but I'm thinking back to what Nicki Minaj and B.O.B. You know, why would those guys risk their lives, their professionalism, where they're at right now, to even say something like this? Mm-hmm. You know, and that's why I'm tripping out. I mean, you know, these guys are making millions of dollars. You know, Nicki and B.O.B. and they're very famous people, and all of a sudden they are talking about cloning centers.
Yeah.
All right.
I've gotten into talking about.
Right, okay, so I'd just like to say hi, Donald. My name's Lisa, and this is the Cry Freedom Show at criticalmassradio.co.uk, broadcasting from the UK. And it's great to get the chance to speak to you, Donald. Welcome to Critical Mass Radio, and how are you today?
Thanks, I'm glad to be here. Pretty good today, I guess. Just a bit worse, you know.
All right, I'd just like to say, I first became aware of you some time ago, probably about a year or so ago, and I got to see some of your interviews that were on YouTube, and I did listen to a number of them. And it's great to have you here. It's great to have the chance to talk to you directly. So thanks for agreeing to do this. And your first UK interview. I've got to just tell people it's pretty in-your-face, scary stuff, this, which no doubt a lot of people out there are going to find incredibly hard to take in. And I'm not making any judgments either way. I'm just giving you the opportunity to tell your side of it all based on your experiences, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so I know you've got a lot of stuff to tell us along the side of exposing the so-called Illuminati for what they're doing. So perhaps, Donald, you could just start off by giving us a little bit of background information on yourself and how you got into all of this, and when you first became aware of what was happening to you and you got involved in this. And I know some of this is directly involved with your mother and how she was a sex slave with the Illuminati. So if you want to start on those lines, that would be fantastic.
Okay, well, let's see. It started when I was 5 years old. Only I was memory repressed back then. Everybody, all kids that are brought there to the cloning station are memory suppressed. I didn't know I was a clone at the time. I thought I blasted into another dimension, something.
Sure.
Well, originally I was brought there to be what they call a diddle kid. They call it a diddle kid. And my mother knew all about it. My mother was there. She was there when she was younger as one of these people. She basically sold me out for free. But only it wasn't going so good. I just scream and cry. And they said, well, what else can you do? Can you do anything or dance? And so I sang out this song, and a famous person used it. And this specific cloning station I was at. And of course, I kept on making songs to keep the greasy old people off me. And then it just went out of control, and then they started thinking that I was some kind of freak, like some kind of link to God or something, because I come up with these songs that have been like the way that they do these cloning things. It's a different kind of cloning. There's the one where it comes up from a baby. It's replication cloning, but this is duplication cloning. They grow a fully formed duplicate of you, and they grow them like 5 at a time, because sometimes they come out grown twisted. They have a malformed hand or something. So they scrap them, throw them in the chipper, and go with the other 4 for backup bodies. But the way that they do it, they can only put you into one of these kind of clones. It's called a Mark II REM driven clone. They can only put these clones when you're fully into REM sleep, which happens like after about an hour and a half after you fall asleep, you go into REM sleep. They just have a machine next to your clone that's on a rack and laying there like a dead body, breathing real shallow and stuff. And it's got a feeding tube down the throat, and when a light comes on a machine next to your clone, somebody presses a button on the remote, it says this light says that you're in REM sleep, full of REM sleep, and they can activate you then. If they activate you before that, you'll be all disoriented and go psycho and stuff. But yeah, so when you're in REM sleep, they can just bring you there. I tried to do the alarm clock thing, but when you wake up and you go back to sleep again, you just go right back into REM real fast. That's how it works. Rapid eye movement, stage of sleep. That's how they do it. They call it a consciousness transfer. They transfer consciousness into a clone, and they basically just give up their ability to have dreams and nightmares, and they just go there and walk around and talk and stuff. Like
that situation. This is where I was set up. This is where the crowd began to gather.
Does God accept the LGBT community?
This gentleman asked the question, does God accept the LGBT community? Yes, this is the first for me, being arrested for so-called misgendering someone.
You are
fully aware that this is a man. It's absolutely worrying, you know. Just because somebody feels like a woman or they believe they're a woman, if we simply say, no, I don't agree with you, I believe that you are a man, you can be arrested for that and prosecuted for that.
Wow.
Does anybody else have a question? Do you have a question, young lady? My name is David, and I'm a street preacher. And very recently, I've been arrested by the police, charged, prosecuted for misgendering a person. You are a female. You are a woman. Okay. Do not be confused. In the beginning, God made them male and female.
Wow, what's this? David McConnell has been a street preaching for 15 years and then travelling around the UK to share gospel. Sadly, he's been subjected to puppet hacking, jerking on many occasions.
Well, ever since my conversion to Christ, which was back in 2006, the Lord has really put on my heart to take the Christian message out into our towns or cities or villages and preach and be a witness. On this particular day, I headed into Leeds City Centre and just began to preaching on the 10 Commandments and other passages of Scripture, and people are stopping and engaging with me. And this went on for around 40 minutes or so. This is where I was set up. This is where the crowd all began to gather. And yeah, over here was the very place where I was eventually arrested and put in the van and taken off this street to the station.
On June the 8th, 2021, he was preaching to a growing crowd in Leeds City Centre in England. He was approached by a biological male, self-identified as a trans woman? I'm not too sure, but it says that on the channel and video, which questioned whether God accepted LGBT community. So, okay. Dave answered honestly, bound by his biblical convictions that God cannot accept sin.
I was preaching and I noticed two people turn up, and I noticed, you know, one of these individuals to me was a man who was dressed up in woman's clothes, and the other just seemed like a friend of this person. For men and women, you see, the Bible says has to be in the microphone. I've got to hold it.
Does God accept the LGBT community? Just transgender.
No, God hates it. When people ask questions, as they do, I refer to people as a lady or a gentleman. If a man comes up and asks a question, and for one reason I don't manage to get his name, I'll say this gentleman's asked a question. Same with a lady. In this situation, when the question was asked, he turned his back on me and walked away. So I was there to preach and engage with everybody, and I referred to this individual as a gentleman. I says, this gentleman has asked this question, and I was seeking to repeat the question and then seek to deal with that question.
This gentleman asked a question. Transphobia going on in the heart of the LGBT. Excuse me, men and women of Leeds. Everyone. This gentleman asked me a question. He asked the question. He said, "Does God accept?" I am a woman, darling.
The friend said, "This is a woman," and I responded by saying, "No, this is a man." You know, the evidence of my own eyes told me that this person was actually a male, a man who was dressed as a woman and behaving as a woman.
You're aware she's a woman? You're aware she's a woman? No, I'm fully aware that this is a man.
So that goes back and forth, and then others began to say, "She is just as much as a woman as I am," they were saying. And for me, as a Christian, my belief is that God made two sexes, male and female. That's my religious belief, that's my scientific belief, it's my philosophical belief. I've always believed that, in fact.
What I'm doing today is legal. I have free speech, freedom of expression.
Yeah. The brief exchange between Dave and this individual quickly escalated to members of the crowd hacking and chanting hate speech at him. Eventually, puppet servants known as the police arrived on the scene, but rather than control the crowd, the police began accusing Dave of misgendering. I never knew that. Even aggressively dragging him away. One of the other preachers who was with Dave.
The whole time that the police were there, they were clearly hearing what I was preaching. You know, there's no abuse of the language from me, obviously, there's no hate in my tone of voice, just preaching biblical truth in love. But there are people within this crowd who are stirring up trouble. So they just thought I was coming from them, and it seemed to me that the police were just focused on me as if I was some bad person there that, was, saying loads of hateful things, when that wasn't the truth of the situation at all.
You're using actions and behaviour to cause other people alarm and distress. We've got people coming up making up. I'm not talking to you, so come out of the way.
My gosh.
All I had done was speak the truth. And for me, I think, how could it ever be a crime to speak the truth? Because I've been criminalized, I've been charged with a crime for simply expressing the truth that this person in front of me was, in fact, a man and not a woman.
He asked me, okay? He asked me, what did I think?
As I was giving my details, I was also explaining to the officer the situation, what had happened. Immediately, he just changed. It's as if he was getting offended, and he said to me, he said quite sharply, "She's already told you she's a woman." And I thought, wow, this is really strange. And within, I'm thinking, this officer seems to have embraced the gender identity ideology himself. And I was starting to feel a bit confused at that point. And I was just explaining what had happened. And then he said, "That's it," and just put the handcuffs on me and arrested me, and then took me to the van.
So here we are outside of Ellen Road Police Station in Leeds, and this is where the police brought me after arrest, and I was in the custody suite here for 14 hours. And as we've turned up, you can see the LGBT flag. So one must ask, how can you be treated fairly when they already show their political bias to the LGBT community?
After his arrest, Dave was summoned to the court, which in England is a limited company. MOJ Limited, head office in London. Anyway, it goes on to say where he was convicted for misgendering. Never heard of that. Anyway, it says, and sentenced to 80 hours community service and £620 fine. Blinking heck. Wow.
Yeah, it's completely unreasonable that I would be arrested, charged, and even prosecuted, you know, for speaking the truth, you know, that this man is a man. While at the same time you have people in the crowd who are threatening, throwing things at me, swearing at me, even stealing my amplifier in front of the police. And the police have done nothing about it. And, you know, here I am now doing community service and paying back a large fine for simply preaching and speaking the truth and being faithful to God and to what I believe.
They proceeded to raise awareness that an individual can be prosecuted for misgendering, even though there is no lawful obligation to use anyone's preferred pronouns in the UK. Good gracious. These are demonic times we're living in. That's the first time I've heard of that come across in England. Christian Concern YouTube channel 3 days ago. Satan is using this sneaky tactic to destroy our society. Wow. Never heard of that before. Now there's banks collapsing. Let me listen to this.
How a mother of two makes a side income of 5 figures profit a month by selling little digital assets.
I think it's in America.
This is Jabu 7. A heads up for folks out there that may have a lot of money sitting in one of these major banks, as we're seeing multiple banks start to collapse. And really, it begins here, as this is now the 3rd bank in the past week that has shuttered this whole thing. Today, seeing Signature.
The Signature was one or two banks that was widely used in cryptocurrency, like Silvergate, it's a company, which collapsed on March the 8th, 2022. 2023. Signature had a network that allowed crypto companies transfer dollars in real time. With both crypto banks gone, it may be harder to get back the dollars. There's okay, Serial Heads News, I think it's called. Never seen in over 40 years that SVB collapse sparks of bank runs as people wait in lines. Today's date. So Friday morning surge of Silicon Valley Bank Company by the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, FDIC, underscores the banking sector's vulnerability, exposing the Federal Reserve's lack of foresight in combating inflation through aggressive interest rate hikes that has caused regional banks to crumble as venture capitalists and others with inside knowledge of panic withdraw to staggering $42 billion in deposits before the SVB Bank, that's in California, America, collapsed. An old-fashioned bank run reassembled at one of the banks, classic to the 1940 film It's a Wonderful Life, has ensured involving ordinary people. Let's go down memory lane and revisit the bank scene. We've already seen that movie a long time ago. At which elite investors and depositors removed $42 billion from the FVB on Thursday, truly impressive, causing the most significant US bank failure since financial crisis just one day later. Unfortunately, small banking clients had insignificant time to withdraw their funds, leaving their unsecured deposits likely lost. The FDIC only provides protection for deposits up to $250,000. On Saturday, just like the bank run seen in that movie just quoted, and video served on social media, of people queuing up outside BBC branches and other SVB exposed banks trying to panic withdraw as much as they could. And that's on Twitter. Just like 1930s all over again. This is my bank in this morning, Boston private bank recently acquired by Silicon Valley. There's other photos of people queuing up. Other people's Twitter accounts posting there. On Sunday, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen said banking regulators are working to resolve failed SVB with a focus on depositors, but didn't elaborate on the details. Yellen told CBS Face the Nation, I think it could be a TV show, not sure, that despite the SVB collapse, the US banking system remains safe, well capitalized and resilient. She said officials are working to address the situation in a timely manner. Meanwhile, as Jackson, I don't know who that is, writes, this might be the beginning. There's another Twitter post. On Monday, 100,000 Americans will be lined up at the regional banks. That is tomorrow's date. And I don't know how it impacts England, because there's a branch in London apparently. Most will not get it, and this went from Silicon Valley insiders on Thursday to the middle class on Saturday. Main Street finds out Monday. Wow. The question we posted yesterday to premium subs was Silicon Valley Bank unique, and who is next? And while all the US banks parked some of their money in treasuries and other bonds that dropped in value last year thanks to the Fed's fastest rate hiking, and it took it to an extremely new level, as Bloomberg notes. SIVB's investment portfolio swelled to 57% of its total assets. As the chart below shows, and it gives a quotation and a financial figure, as fear spreads this weekend, even more people are likely to be lining up in front of those regional banks on Monday. And Monday is it's just ended with that. And there's another Twitter post from a source. SVB financial depositors will get 50% on Monday and Tuesday, and the balance based on realised value over the next 3 to 6 months. If this proves true, this individual that is posted on Twitter. It says, I expect there will be bank runs beginning Monday AM at a large number of non-SIB banks. No company will take a... Let's have a look. Bill Ackman. I'm not sure if I can open it to it. Let's have a look. Oh, he's an investor. I am along America and I am just trying to be helpful. If it's disappointing that the SUHLE and others assume I must have been hiding the agenda for personal benefit, it would be rather for me to say nothing instead of it being more helpful. Somebody's posting the Fed may or may not realise it, but it has created a two-tier banking system. Systematically important banks, these are the too big to fail, and the biggest banks, if you have money there, it's a true deposit. You can't lose. Two-tier, everyone else, if you have money there, it's not a true deposit. It's an uninsured loan to that bank, and you choose it, and you lose it in a bank failure. Didn't know that. Now tell me, why would anyone use the Tier 2? I'm just reading some posts on Twitter. Maybe they shouldn't have. They should have fought against being regulated like any other banks, and maybe the people who would deposit there should have looked spectacularly and the sweet benefits they were getting. And somebody says, have you used SVB? It was trash, poor customer service, slow payments, poor cash management, treasury tools, terrible. That's been the plan since 2008, someone says. Wealth transfer and centralisation of money under the big banks. Then there's CBDC comes in. That's a digital currency. And the rollout over all your deposits into digital deposits. And you have no choice but to submit to their will. Wow. You have over 500,000 followers. How does the content of this tweet affect... Oh, gosh. Well, let's go back to the article. So, Fed panic, signature bank closed, regulators. Bonds, Bitcoin, bullion surge after Fed bailout. I've listened to that. Look at that article. Zero hedge. Again. So the hikes were at an ongoing QT. Jeremy Powell, I can't pronounce the name. Connie's riding the rescue running tour to save the billionaire tech depositors at the SVB Bank and Signature Bank, or basically any other bank. The reaction in markets dramatic with expectations with Fed rate collapsing, is it? Source Bloomberg, BERG. The terminal rate has plummeted from September 2023, 5% on Wednesday, June 23 at 5% 15. Expectations for rates cuts in H2 23 and scoring. The odds of much plummeted was 75%. Let me quick go through all this jargon. And the graphs, I've got a lot of graphs, natural graphs. As cash bonds open, there's a negotiable difference with a too wide bid, and the rest of the curve. That's financial talk, I assume. As we said earlier on Twitter, this is regularity failure historic proportions, both for the Fed and Treasury in America, set up preventing billions in losses. The Fed worrying about border diversity, yearning, and was flying to Ukraine apparently. Don't know what that's got to do with it. Anyone should be sacked immediately anyway. Finally, does anyone else feel like the Fed is trolling or by naming his bailout? So this is on Zero Edge. What's the website? Just trying to get the website. I think it's .com. That's based in America. Wow.
Michelle's documentary with the cooties and Judy Mikovits and these other layers on YouTube, like, and they eventually banned it. Well, yeah, but it went viral, just like Andrew Kaufman talked about the cooties went viral, like Dennis Cowan went viral. George Soros is the ultimate mastermind. Like, no. Hart, Nick Begich, Coast to Coast Radio. Anything on Coast to Coast is controlled. Derek Robinson was on Coast to Coast. Michael Fitzhugh-Bell, big target, Coast to Coast. That fucking security guy, I can't remember his name, Roger Tulsis, and some other people have been on Coast to Coast talk about the target. Get my ass on Coast to Coast. Jade Helm, Jeffrey Epstein distraction. He's an actor, and so is the same. So what's that other fucking things with?
I'm going to share this.
JFK murder because they portrayed JFK as a psychopathic degenerate. The whole thing. We lived in an actor-based reality. Moon landing, fake. Modern comic gold. That's what. Against. I thought you mentioned it because I mean, protocols of the Elders Design spread by MI6 British Intel Agency. So many fucking liars. QAnon fake. I'm not saying it's fake, but they're power.
No, it's not fake. My God. Scott's just calling it fake.
The Rockefellers, the Rothschilds is the big masterminds.
Fake masterminds of what?
Roswell crash in New Mexico, fake. WikiLeaks whistleblowers, Chelsea Manning, QAnon, again, like alternate reality game to promote Jesuit Trump as savior. So all my little rants.
Right, okay, let's prove Scott wrong. Oh, another opposition trying to distract people from the truth. Wow. He works out, he doesn't know what's going on. Rand Corporation then. So the New World Order, the Rockefellers would be a good start. The demonic side, he's not spiritual, it's obvious, he's not thoughts about faith or spiritual things. So it won't be that long. He doesn't look into properly. The Rockefeller file. One may want to look into. Donna Marshall also is on here. The content. You go, the family that prays together. Oh my gosh. This was published 1976. I was only a child then. And you got introduction to the article. And you got the Nelson A. Rockefeller, vice president at the time, was a solemn and serious PV. So it goes into background, original. And they come into, basically, they sell at the Club of Rome, you know, the Contacts Club of Rome. And there's background, the history to this was because they come across oil. They made their income, they set up all the financial interests and trusts, and they were very well organised. September 1916, you've got the worth of oil holdings. J.D. Rockefeller's oil holdings alone was 500 million at the time. And he was the first American's first billionaire. And it just gives you this, the breakdown. And now the brothers Rockefeller's inheritors, colossal fortune, use their massive wealth, power, and privilege to create what they call the New World Order. So the term comes from. Seen at the right and the left in the picture are the board of both for the Council of Foreign Relations and the Chase Manhattan Bank. Winthorpe, deceased, because a few of these have died. And they've been able to infiltrate financial systems, healthcare, medical, housing, not just in America, because it's expanded out for their corporations and trusts set up. That's where they made their money in Standard Oil. Broke up in 1911. Old, he simplified, created some new foundations and gave his stocks to them. So it's just a good background, and how other people got on board and the economical side and where we are today. So educate yourself, you can find that on that website. Let's go back to a stream, what else is he saying?
And the falsity of both the online TI community and truther communities. I don't know if he's a Jesuit. I'm trying to remember what society he is. Rosicrucian. I don't know this stuff well. Tommy knows stuff real well. So, yeah, I guarantee I walked around people getting G-stalked. I use the word gang stalked. I guarantee it's like, yeah. But I mean, like, so that's a world I didn't know existed. Like the fake truthers. I listened to Alex Jones for like God a few months. And I said before, I like this. He just pushed so far. Like I said, what the fuck? He's not saying anything solution-wise. So in a way, I did like learn from these fakes. But if we didn't have any free will, they wouldn't have to go to this degree of trying to mind F us with a small army of online agents lying to us from websites and videos, podcasts, social media, forums, and blogs.
That's always.
So I'll put the links in the chat again. And like you guys listen to the replay.
Right.
It's in the description box too.
Oppositions
all good stuff.
From the Roman. There you go.
Don't have to waste
At least
time
it's
on
got
crap.
that. The Roman Empire.
This is just different parts of the same website. It's good stuff.
And
this website, by the way, says not secure, but usually it's not going to be a risk.
Illuminati hope.
I've come across a lot of really good websites that I know are legit, and like it says not secure. Does that come across? I don't know how many links in my research, like 100.
Let's have a read. Illuminati Hoax. Who's the author of this website? I wouldn't be too surprised. Well, he's all right. He's genuine. He's very much connected to him. I'll take him a pinch of salt as half truths. The illusion of a free. There's never been a free internet. It's military control from the word get-go. But IBM, when it started in the war years, let's have a look. The Illuminati hoax subject. The Illuminati is an organisation funded by the Jewish. Yeah, I knew about Adam. Can't read. Uses distraction and media stint by the Catholic Church, media and the internet age by controlled position like Alex Jones. He's quoting quite a few. Jim Mars, no, you've got to do your own research. So, yeah, I agree with David Wilcock. Though repetition of Illuminati often associated with Rothschild's family and also used as distraction. That's not a distraction, as I just showed you, it's evidence. The one symbol eye and the one symbol pyramid symbol of the top down the wall of the Draco. No, that's quite true, the Draco. And also used in Freemasonry. Oh, wonder the author. Wonder the. I don't know where the. I think this is a blog. And has become a pop culture. Okay, so let's see about the Draco. It's satanic. It always is satanic. It's also known as satanic cult. It's one of the most current rulers of the earth. It has a long history dating back to wars in the stars. Yeah, starseeds. There's a lot of truth about. There's reptilian, non-human entities, the fallen demonic entities mixing with woman, a fair woman on this earth, biblical history, and having offsprings, Nephian. Somebody shared me a link, and it's a lot of truth in that. The three pyramids, this just gives you an idea. You see this symbolism everywhere. Wow, let's go back. Anunnaki, there you go. It was involved in genetic engineering of the human race and downgrade of DNA to create a slave race. We're worshipping the SUMER as an anarchy and survived through the ages as the Persian Empire, the Babylon Empire, Roman Empire, and the Holy Roman Empire, Catholic Church, the British Empire, French and Napoleon and the United Nations with the top-down organisation. Anunnaki. Was of God of the rulers of the Draco Empire on Atlantis, apparently, and worshipped in, it quotes Syria and Babylon, responsible for manipulating DNA humans. Let's have a look. Babylon Empire was a civilization, and let's have a look. Oh, look, to conquer the female energy of the earth in the country now known as Iraq. Didn't know that. The Babylon sorcery with money became the foundation of the global financial system. Wow. Didn't know that either. 1894 BC, the first Babylonian dynasty worshipped with the Anunnaki god of Sumeria, fertility gods, became Asia, Venus, Egyptian Iris. The sun was worshipped as, I can't pronounce that word, Mars as Nojagal, Mercury as Abu. 1890 BC, Sumerian king list the Babylon, can't pronounce it in other word, used the 12 months Lyra, and it quotes the names I can't pronounce. 18,000 BC, Queen of the Night, relief with the lions and the owls, practice sex rituals. Really? Practice that which represented the sacred marriage of male and female. Okay. There's an image there. 1793 BC, invents a code of law, cites URs, and I can't pronounce the words again, influence of, and I can't pronounce the empire name. Babylon, biggest city in the world of the time, is conquered by the, and I can't pronounce the three words. 1359, Berea Bernash, is it second? Compons with the Egyptian pharaoh, quotes who it is, about a possible marriage with his daughter. 11,000 BC, King, I can't pronounce that name either, eclipses of the occult. Oh, I can't even bloody well pronounce all these names. Oh, quick nose. So it goes reference 970 BC, Legends of King Solomon. 855 BC. Let's have a look down. So it gives you the old territory of a map. 605 BC. That's in the Middle East. The Babylon Empire. It's interesting. Built in a place of sacrifice for gods. You've got more Astar. I've heard Astar name before. You've got the great conquerors of Babylon allows the Jews to return to Israel. That is 539 BC. That's interesting. Alistair the Great conquers Babylon. That's 331 BC. So the certain mythological law was copied by the Jews captive in Babylon to write the Bible. Really? Sumerian about the origin of the sacred bloodline. Enlil became the angry, jealous god. Let's have a look at that. God Allah or YHWH is an entity conscious of a male, dominant, jealous, angry that rules from 4D and is worshipped in the Satan cult the Draco Empire, the Egyptian, Babylon, the Roman Empire in Christianity, by the Catholic Church in Judaism and Islam. It controlled billions of people throughout the pineal gland. Religious programs and practices and intense fasting and praying to activate the pineal gland and one-eye symbol, after which its followers give up their own authority, become more dependent on the dogmatic and conviction of being superior, being the chosen ones. The Sumerians worshipped Anunnaki, the Vedas with genetic engineering skills as creator gods that demanded worship and sacrifice. Really? In Egypt, the god energy was worshipped in the front of the abyss, masculine symbols. Pharaoh, quotes it is, in brackets it says Moses, abolished the I can't pronounce that word, introduced, and I can't pronounce that word, the worship of a creator, God, that created the universe and human beings. Let's go on to that link. Was an Egyptian pharaoh of the 18th century dynasty and ruled in Egypt 1352 BC. Paid in Egypt with the worship of the sun disk at the city, and it quotes the sun grazing, a daily morning ritual. He was the son of a queen. It quotes it is the Nordic bloodline, and our bishop married to, quotes it is, the father of, as a statue, he was described as a figure with wide hip and large skull. He moved to, where the hell did they get this research from? Wow, I can't read it all because I'm tired. Right, so let's go down. The Christianity keeps its followers in the guard program with the Bible as central text. Really? And Jesus Christ is central figure. Christianity is that quotes something to do with a word I can't pronounce, the soul of worshipping death and rebirth, cycle the sun, invented to the black sun Saturn and the cult of Baal. Is it? It uses the symbol of the cross. While in all its cults, it is the worship as symbolism with good and with light. It is a passive, dominant energy responsible for centuries of wars and torture. Well, I've known about that in my history lessons years ago, religious wars and things. And forms of abuse. The Jews use the guard program to worship Lucifer. Do they? Didn't know that either. Intervention, what becomes black good becomes evil, and dark disguised as false light. The Catholic Church of British Empire continued the cult of Baal, the United States obelisks in Washington, London and Rome. Freemasonry worships the God consciousness as the great and architect, is it, of the universe, worships of the pineal I can't pronounce that word now, of the eye of God, one eye. Masons created what? The Masons created Jehovah's Witnesses cult during the 19th century, with scientists, institutions like the Royal Society spread the doctrine of atheism and, I can't pronounce that word either, translation. The left-wing church postmodern doctrine of nothing is true. Really? Richard Dawkins, Sam Harris, Christopher Hitchens played the role of new atheists. The Chronal Ritual is a continuation of the God program, extreme control, restrictions of thinking, and veiling the Bible. Oh my God. The Bible is a written text used by Catholic Church, Church of Rome, an institution of the Draco Empire of the Egyptian, Sumerian occult Christianity, with Jesus Christ as a central figure. Christianity is a combination of solar worship, death, rebirth, the cult of the name Bible is driven from the Greek biblical, B-I-B-L-I, the books and those chose the 33 parallel city Babylon known for its export. What? It's called Jesus Christ one. Savior God program used in Christianity, a Satan cult, with the Catholic Church Roman remains institution and the Bible central text. Christianity is a combination of ARYAN, solar worship, death, rebirth, Black Sun, Satan, and the cult of BAAL. It uses the symbol of the cross. The cross represents the heart energy, the higher the self that can lead to a spiritual death and rebirth. The Catholic Church uses the concept as a literal story to demand worship and dependency. Jesus Christ is the Fisher King, represents the dawn of a new age of Pisces. Its story of death and recreation is the annual death rebirth cycle of the sun. Let's go back down the hierarchy, if there is one. Third eye, look at that. One eye, third eye is a gland in the brain that produces the day and night sleep cycle and DMT. It works like a transmitter receiver, and it's an important tool to keep people in the God program and the Saturn main matrix as the 7 chakras, represented by 7 rings of Saturn. Really? The pineal gland and the gland regulate the flow of electromagnetic energy through the body and brain. Well, I'm being tortured with that. The pineal gland transmits frequencies and the pituitary gland receives. Like the other 2 human eyes, the pineal gland as a sensor, it turns light that touches the retinas into, can't pronounce that word, when they register the light and produces melatonin, is it? Reptiles have a similar pineal eye. Oh my gosh. It also produces hormone DMT that serves as a gateway for sympathetic universes of the asteroid realm. I had thought as much as a connection. The asteroid projection realm. The God Matrix brings described as a machine helps the occult of Satan. Saturn teaches that is the consciousness to a source in bloody hell. This is quite in-depth articles. I'll go back. One can lose. So anarchy. DNA. This goes into the structure of the DNA article. Wow. Let's see if there's an author of this website. It doesn't show anything, it's just a page. Go back. Call position. So there's no author. Is there? What's this listing again? The all channels on YouTube, Google with large following are controlled in contract with the communist internet in China. In Western countries, a lot of distractions, descriptions of false oppositions, controlled oppositions down below, right? So let's have a look. Right, United States claims. Project Clamrock. Alex Jones. Project Clamrock was a Jewish-controlled propaganda outlet controlled opposition. Kelly Cassidy and Bill Ryan used in the New Age Church to spread disinformation on extraterrestrials. Operation Paperclip. Really? Another government project's hoaxes like Illuminati, Crystal Skulls, Washington Planet X. Really? Kennedy Cassidy was interviewed by Sheen Stone. Clamrock is a reference of Kim Arthur. Each interview is closed with a Freemasonic handshake. Look at that. Actors. Wow, wow, wow. I wouldn't be too surprised. Duncan Pumpkin on MK Ultra. No, MK Ultra was bloody real. Still is. Yeah, well, question mark and James caught Cashbot, but the other one, Mutz, was killed for what he knew. Yeah, I don't think much to James Mars coast to coast. Jordan Maxwell got some really good information out, so I'll question that one. Operation Paperclip, well, that is a fact. I'll research that. No. This individuals, some of the information on their site is they must have a beef or something. Some information on this site is not correct. Matt Spires is 100% genuine. He's not disinformation. No, definitely not. Yeah, I've seen Stephen Gear. I do believe he is not 100% genuine. Right. Okay, so there is, let's see the author. Who runs the world? The elite families already covered that. You got some good information. Let's see. They've covered some ancient. Yeah, Knights of Templar, the Druids, Skull and Bones. We've got some facts right. Here we go. They run courses. Might want to be careful. Let's have a look. Yeah, that's really good. Eyes Wide Shut. They got movie analysts. The Manchurian Candidate. So it's all religions are one. Respect researchers, they call themselves Martin, Mickey, someone, Joe, Van. Where are they from? I'm going right down to the bottom of the page. It's a blog spot. It's a blog. Aha, let's look at the Mormon Church. Mormon Church is a cult. I knew that. Involved in mind control and paedophilia. Oh my, no. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my gosh. Oh, I knew they were a cult since I bloody got out of it. Wow. I better check my stream. I get something out I need to do. Oh, hello, Mo. I didn't notice you. I didn't know that. No, I didn't. Have I still got them in on screen? Am I sharing that? What am I sharing? Oh, hello, Mo. I didn't notice you. I'm not sharing that. This article. Okay, let me. I didn't know that. No, I didn't. Okay, now I'm going on to this about the moment. I've still got them in on screen. Am I sharing that? What am I sharing? Oh, hello, Mo. I didn't notice you. I'm not sharing that. Right. He used folk magic with charms, stony rods, and talisman, the magic based on the work of the advocated for multiple wives. He used techniques as stones like John Dee and later Aleister Crowley. No. In 1823, he claimed to have been witnessed by an angel. Smith considered independence near Kansas City as a new Zion. Kansas City plays the role of Wizard of Oz. Really? And Franklin was the hometown of Walt Disney. Oh my gosh. The Latter Days, the End Times translation from Age of Pisces to Aquarius, announced to be the Book of Revelation in the Revelations. His wife Emma was a member of the Methodist Church. Smith was a friend of Stephen Douglas, a political opponent of Abraham Lincoln, who proposed the Nebraska at the start of American Civil War. One of the first presidents was Henry Harriman of the elite family. Well, I knew they were involved somewhere. Ancestor of Abraham Railroad Empire with Forbes, the second president. Brigham Young founded Salt Lake City, state of Utah in America, and led the Mormon Rebellion. Really? That's where the Beehive comes in. He lived at the Beehive House in Salt Lake City, hive mind of the Saturn cult. Oh my gosh. Based his Sherlock Holmes story of independent society. In 1844, Joseph Smith was killed by an angry mob. His son, Joseph Smith III, was also Freemason and president of the church in 1860. Look at that. In 1890, he stopped preaching multiple wives. In 1895, established Graceland University of Idaho. Frederick Smith used pine note with something in rituals. In the 30s, John Barlow, Council of Friends, created the fundamentalist Mormon cult, which, in 1956, the Los Angeles, California temple was opened on Santa Monica Boulevard in LA, close to the UCLA. Claims to have 16 million members. Mormon Church uses indoctrination techniques of the Jews. Indoctrination from childhood. I thought as much. Accepting the church is about truth. Intimidation, non-conformers. That's what it is to me. I was only 17 or 18. J.B. Woodley wrote Mormon Cult, a former missionary, reveals the secrets of Mormon mind control. 1986, Warren Jeffs became president of Fundamental Church of the Jesus Christ after they sent. Jewish-based hoax was spread on the internet by an individual named Bratton, was claimed to be an ex-Mormon. I know there are underground bases, but I'm not too sure about that. Oh my gosh. Warren Jeffs was condemned for rape and incest. National Graphic A&E, both owned by Harvard, made documentaries about Jeffs. And Matt Stone created the Book of Mormon, the musical. Oh my goodness, really? The Mormon Church is closely associated with Boy Scouts of America, pedophilia agenda. Wayne Perry and other people quoted here. Oh my gosh. Barbara Snow was a therapist at the Association of Mormon Counselors, psychotherapist who helped inciting the satanic panic in the 80s in Salt Lake City. She worked with Tillerson promoting the activation of the pineal gland of the New Age Church. In 2018, a daughter and son-in-law of Russell Nelson was accused of satanic ritual abuse. Barbara Snow, as a therapist, was accused. Bloody hell. Brad Johnson played with Mormon KZ in Disney movie High School Musical 3 senior year with sex slave Vanessa Hudgens. He also played in surf movie Beautiful Way with Disney. Wow. Dave C. Evans worked in computer science department, University of Utah, was a student of Butler, XEROX, Alan Cray, Jim Clark, Silicon Graphics, the software companies, Mormon PIXAR. Oh my gosh. Oh, look, they helped created the internet with MIT, NASA, and Stanford University Institute. David O. McKay, I remember him, the 9th president of Mormon Church, was a friend of Hollywood director. No way. Cyril D. Miller, indoctrinated with Christian Science. Donny Osmond was mind-controlled to play the child Horace in the Isle of Horrors in the media and music industry. No way. With the entire with music industry MGM Records with Osborne Brothers and Jackson 5, the Osborne Brothers played in a series of Travels and James. Oh my gosh. Is also mentioned in a he also was mentioned in the disinfo of Kathy O'Brien about Project Monarch. He recorded with oh my gosh. Los Angeles, used by CIA for a mind control project to create a hippie culture in the 60s. Laura ancient Greece, associated with the god Apollo. Numbers of close to the home of Madonna, Jack Nicholson, Roman well-known actor names. It's a map of the area in America. The project was modelled on the community associated with Switzerland. Main actors are children from military families, mind-controlled and trained to become actors or pop stars in the music industry. Wow. Charles Manson. Shite. Go back. The Jews is a military order of the Catholic Church and Satan, the Satan cult, and was banned from 83 countries, states, for infiltration, manipulation, and mainly through the education system, and a hypnotic image has conquered the whole world. The order works as an alliance with the British Empire. Really? Skull and Bones Order, Malta, and United Nations, while eventually it would worship. Hold on. Jesus Christ the God program. Eventually it worships Lucifer. History of the Druids. The 16th century. After the 1527, Rome is sacked by the imperialists of Charles V. Habsburg. 1533, Henry the Third, I think, declares himself head of the Church of England. He declares himself. The Snars, John the Baptist, worshipping Knights Templar, are revealed by the Spanish Borgia family court of Charles V. Habsburg, the second of the Spanish Borgia family court of Charles, I just said that, and Pope Paul III, the Emperor of, I can't pronounce that word, the bloodline, later intermarries. Wow. Incest. Oh my gosh. August 15, 7 men in the Cypriot of St. Denis Church were the last Templar were sentenced and taken oath with the, I can't quote that name, the leader, I can't quote the family name either, has a wolf symbol on their coat of arms. Oh my gosh. This is ancient history. Oh my lord, the aim is to fight the Protestant Reformation of Martin, is it Luther, as a war between Lucifer and Christ to eventually establish a okay, look at his work. It's called Saturn. It goes back to the, in Egypt, Saturn was the set god and of chaos, the witcher of the sun, and good god Horus, who took his eye, the eye of Horus, the pineal gland. Bloody hell, this gets a bit down the rabbit hole, this one does. Oh, I'm going to stop now. I can't go down that rabbit hole. Check, okay. I missed the call, so. Oh, really? Okay. Ow. Okay, I don't know. It's still on.
When you stay at a Verbo, you all...
Hold on. Let me check if he's still alive. Yes.
They're going to do what they're told for the most part. But I said before, heat imaging, radar, satellites, whatever they are, drones. I saw this before. So, I mean, it might not happen the way we think. They're trying to bring the country down, but they're doing it slowly, methodically. I don't think it's just going to happen overnight. Oh, yeah, Mo's not here. Spread faith. Mo, Mo's in the thing. Well, Mo sent me an email, basically criticized me, tell me what to do, and Mo's not going to be here anymore. He can attend the thing if you want. I won't put up with that shit from anyone. I'm not an ego trip. I'm very accessible. I answer emails. I answer
that's not good.
I answer Facebook Messenger. I only talk to 3 people on the phone. One of them means the world to me. But I mean, other than that, I just no one's going to tell me. In fact, I'm grateful for compliments.
Can you hear this, Mo?
Suggestions, criticism, but I've had people with 1 or no a few subscribers try to blow smoke in my ass, and thankfully I don't have an out of control ego. I don't have. I mean, I'm grateful for compliments, you guys. Don't get me wrong. Those of you listening on the replay, but I mean, I said it earlier, on the start of this live. All the things going on in this world long before the COVID thing started 3 years ago, and people are playing. I'm not saying about Mo. I'm talking about Mo's a good guy. He's a good heart, but I won't be talked to like that. But I mean, people are playing fucking games, and all these internet trolls, keyboard warriors, these fucking loser cowards trying to mind fuck me after what I fucking no. I mean, yeah. So it's a little shadow ban YouTube channel, but I have no problem banning fucking assholes. And I'm not calling Mo that, but I mean, he's just yeah. It's Carol, I welcome criticism. Honest to God, I do. But that's why I talk about wearing the color red. I'm not trying to say, I'm going to wear red. I'm going to try to give someone an anxiety attack. It was a bit thoughtless because I get the color reds are upsetting some people. I should know that. It's the way you said, I can help a lot of people. Well, no fucking shit. I talk to people one-on-one. Everyone is my equal, and I do. If you go is my equal. But I mean, the Coco Perks, these fucking domestic terrorist slaves, these communists, I literally look down on them. I look down on any asshole. I don't care if they're a millionaire, billionaire. I look at that fucking pile of garbage Tom Hanks. He's beneath me. These fucking assholes talking about the guns and the starter thing where his bodysuit and the tattoos, that fucking little hole, he's beneath me. And it's not an ego trip. I'm not reassuring myself. Every fucking fake TI channel, podcast, website, they're beneath me. And they're beneath all you guys. You're trying to do the right thing. Tommy has done really good stuff in his videos. Tommy Rogers' YouTube channel, I agree with every word he says, but I agree with a lot. But I mean, he's shadow banned. And this guy, the illusion, he's not the be all and all. He believes some stupid shit, but he's a brain decoder.
Oh dear.
It's what he.
I'm not sharing that on my live. I'm not doing that. I'm not sharing that. Good Lord. Sorry to hear that. No. I'm reading the chat now, my chat. Yes, thank you, Mo. Yes, it's very true. Thanks for the memories. Yes, and culture. Let me go in. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the memories. Yeah, good link in the chat. Not true, I will send you. Yes, I know Mo is right. No, you're 100% genuine. Yeah. You did the best you can. That's all you can do. I've always said I thought he is legit too. Yeah. Oh, I send you email. Okay. If I did not think he was legit, I would not share a channel. Exactly. You decide why I share the email because I know you're exactly, Mo. I've known you a long time. You don't mess about. You are genuine, I know that. Please read the chat now. That's what I'm doing. Right, let me just quickly check the email. Okay, if you sent me an email, I won't read it out. Keep it private. God, I've got a lot of junk in my email box. Wow. Hopefully it stopped raining. I've got to get a rubbish bag out. And I'll be back. So much deception in the world, isn't there? So much going on in the world. The one at times we're living in. They just keep messing about my email box. It should not be full. You know what they do, hacking my internet anyway, so I assume that you know. Well, there's always a spiritual battle, isn't it? Always is. And all the rays in the Mormons. That's why I was targeted as soon as I left. Targeted by the Freemason connections. And the history is due. It's not a true Christian church at all. Yeah, mate, yeah, 100%. Let me get back into the chat. I can't see an email, but anyway, let me go into the other thing. Okay. Yeah, I'll just type back into the Discord, okay? You can hear me. I'll go back into my chat now. I didn't take your call because I didn't know you were calling. Wow. Wow. Okay, man. Wow. Okay, man. Yes, I assume that, Mo. I assume that he took your email out of context. It's easy done. And I've done that before, you know. But also don't forget AI, how the system works, isn't it? I mean, especially when you're targeted, they can mess about with your emails and appear to be someone you expect an email or my emails. You should know why they mess about with my spelling. I proofread it and then you know, they mess about with content. Wow. Let's go into your links. I'm sharing my stream. Excuse me. This is my channel now. And these are the links my moderator kindly put in. And let me go back at the chat to find the links. Yeah, I know what you mean, Moan. Casey thought you were tackling him, exactly. Yeah, he does a lot of health stuff, doesn't he? Bodybuilding, that's what I noticed. He don't know, he doesn't, it comes across to me anyway, he doesn't know too much about the NK Ultra triggers with the colours and you know, the red, the blue, and that kind of thing. Okay, no worries. I might get it because they're hacking into everything I own as well. And just go to the chat to find the links you kindly put in. Thanks for the memories. Check the YouTube channel. Okay. So I'm just sharing some links. The moderators put in. Yes, thank you. I've heard about this. Yes, I've already heard about this. I started covering this. The bank runs. Will there be a bank run? It's Monday now. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. I took some cash out the other day and just managed to get back in my dodgy wheelchair. This is a nightmare situation going on over here. Will there be a bank run on Monday? Are you ready if there is one? So important to, you know, people talk about stocking up on gold and bars. I can't bloody buy you bloody silver or gold. You can't eat that, you know. The dried things, you just prepare for things, you know, that you can eat without having to cook sometimes. I was always taught this. My late mum, the good thing she did do was teach us in the 70s when things were hard then and we had hardly any cash, is how to be self-sufficient. I can't physically do much, but I still haven't forgot how to have a backup plans and certain things. So I just had that gut feeling. When was it? What day was it? I hate going out on a Saturday. Being here all week, run down all week physically, exhausted. So it was a struggle to get out. Just literally wasn't even that long. And it was literally prayers to goodness me, you know, Jesus Christ, the Lord is real. Jesus Christ, the Lord of Heavenly Father, sending guardian angels around me. That I could just get up the road, get my cash, get the bits of food I need, because the weather's been terrible. There's no guarantee it's going to be heavy snow again. Or a power cut, you know, anything could happen. And with the bigger picture, with the digital currency coming in to crash the economy, not just in England, but the bigger picture. And when people were like saying, invest in this or crypto, well, if the internet goes, you're not going to get your cryptocurrency. And it's a control control system. And then other social media platforms I'm seeing people post. The data sharing is one shop I won't mention which one. Somebody tried to get some petrol and it was blocking them using whether they use a bank card or something. I'm not a driver, so I don't use a car, but she was trying to apply that she went to use the bank card at the petrol station, and it took £100 out of her bank of her card to store it for something. I can't remember specifics, but it will take a few days to get back in account. And it's a new system, a well-known petrol station, a well-known company in UK started doing. So I've been too ill to do any digging up about that research. But yeah, this link here, Mo shared, the bank, will there be a bank run on Monday? I wouldn't be too surprised. I assume it could be America, California, but I wouldn't be too surprised. I've already done certain things, kept certain things in a minimal in a certain area, but it's just not to panic, But anyhow, for those that are uncertain, there's comments people put in this particular video. So somebody says, I withdraw a few $1,000s from my local branch. The nice little lady bank teller asked me, I was doing with the cash. I was withdrawing. It's none of their business. It's your cash. I looked her straight in the eye and said, because I can't put out, I'm going to repeat that. She was speechless. Oh my gosh. There's quite a few interesting points in that video. I'll play that. Yeah. Like 1933. Yeah, I can only quote what I know in England, how the banking system, financial system. So with one puts in fiat currency. So anyone doesn't know about TOR or the birth certificate, which is the trust bond, which is traded on the stock market, and it is we, the living men and women, individuals, are the surety of the bond, which is traded on the stock market. And when you look into how the financial system works in business and commerce, it's just promises to pay notes. And when you look into Bills Exchange Act 1882, I promised to pay the bearer on the sum, on the demand of the sum of. So say it's English currency, a paper note, £10, £5, and you look at the wording on the back of it, it says that. And then if you do go and take it to the bank, they have to give you the value of that. But Bank of England isn't a company, it's a private company, and it's central London. So yeah, it's backed up with only the value of the individual as equity. So your sweat labour, if you're working, is creating the value into the economy. And then if you are able to get into solid assets of gold or silver or land, because if you're in the bank, you've got a loan from the actual bank system. Well, they really have a stake in the property because it's a loan. But yet that loan is really it's complicated. But when you learn over the years that I've studied in business and commerce to do with finance, it is that because the banks only make profit out of interest. So it's a bit like that movie somebody shared in a different platform earlier, and it goes into what happened in 1933, really, the bank run, you know, and the greenback, you know, in America, when you study the history of where that came from and how that was created. And then you go back even further in history, in tengers, in the bartering system in the ancient times, before what we know as a monetary system now. But the monetary system was always created by the global elite families in the first place in history. So by turning it into digital currency, like China credit systems, CBDCs, is all about control, isn't it? And this is definitely the end times. This is all, isn't it? So all this, it affects everyday ordinary people's lives, because it's all, a lot of people may not know how the system works, and a lot of these individuals that are able, have the means to invest into land and like proper channels, and people that have done. But a lot of people in my situation is not in that particular boat. I'll just make do what I've got. So yeah, this is a very useful channel. Talks about practical things as well. So thanks for that, Mo. Check another link. Don't fear. This is what they go on, is fear and panic, and that goes for the subjects too. Back to memories. Oh dear, my dodgy wheelchair. 2 new motors on it in December last year, and there's still a bit wobbly, and I've got to try and use it in a minute this time of morning to get my rubbish bag out. So yeah, I'm having to just rest all week still, being run down. So this is a video in the chat on this channel. Thank you, Mike, for finding that. NKL brainwashing. There's patterns and documents. Oh yes, by the way, I'm going to share this. If you want to know about the communists taking over, it's a Christian movie channel. Excellent. This is the 2 movies I found. And Mark, The Years of the Beast, right? And it talks, change the subject slightly, it talks exactly about like the communist America, like Russian taking over America completely. Whether it be China or Russia, look at the events, what's going on in the world now. But this movie that I just purely come across a while ago is dated 1981. There's another one dated 1982 where the economy collapses and they're rebuilding the and they call it One World. The script in the movie, one needs to break it down and watch it and then break it down and then compare it to the real life, what's going on in the world now. So yeah, it's a really, really good movie. And then I saw another movie, but it was in different parts. It's a bit long-winded to watch the parts, but if it's one whole movie, it's easier to watch. It's really, really is a fast moving, feature-length movie. Okay, so go at that. Thank you for that, May. Right, now catch up. You're welcome. You're welcome, Mo. No, he does not know about colours, I think. Yeah, exactly. He said he does not know about all programs. Yeah. He is savvy about health and promise experience. Yeah, exactly. I used to be in the health and fitness. 2 hours I've been on. Okay, let me just see one. Check the handles on this. Okay, so there you go. It's like with the technology. Okay, it's like with the feedback. Hold on. Okay. Am I sharing it? Okay, let's see what I'm sharing. Okay, so this is why I would always share this website, because it does give you some really good links to, and there are patterns, evidence. Now, educateyourself.org, it gives you the real good history. Bruce Taylor, the mind control. You see, there's a lot to do with England connection here. I'll tell you why, because when I've been researching over the years other subjects, I've come across this. I didn't know how deep the rabbit hole goes until I started researching. Demonic attacks. It's very demonic, all this. Very much so. The trauma-based mind control is very real. And yeah, they've got to create triggers. And they've got to split the mind. The history of splitting the mind, they have to traumatize the child at an early age and create the control of the brain, the human brain. They experimented on the human brain as far back in the 1800s. Now, I'll bring you forward to the war years, like in Germany, in the concentration camps. They unlawfully experimented innocent individuals captured there, and literally, the supply of children and adults, you know, for experiments was horrendous. These Nazi scientists were taken to America, and CIA just carried on with the experiments. So anyway, got exposed in the 1970s. They tried their plan was to alter the personalities of the individual. If anyone's seen a film called Manchurian Candidate, it's worth noting that. This is satanic. It's like this also, the Monarch Project, you know, and it's like that guy, he was 100% genuine, and they got rid of him years ago for horrendous thing. The underground dams around the world do exist. You know, this is very, very dark times. So yeah, what they did to Dr. Joseph Mangel, you've got wonderful expert first-hand knowledge of these experiments that he tried to come out in the 70s, 80s, and nothing really got done. So it goes, it's not disinformation like the other blog was trying to imply. I don't believe they know. They've got a lot of facts quite interesting and quite right, but a lot of this forthcoming modern sort of like current few years, 20, 30 years or so, it's got more extreme sophistication in the technologies Now they keep the kids in these, it's known as MILABs, US underground military facilities, and thousands of kidnapped children, not just in America. And then you've got adults, and these are non-human. I'm talking about also in bringing the subject as a heading of the reptilian, shape-shifting, demonic entities possess the souls of ordinary people. Yeah. So there's, I haven't found as much on here, but it takes a lot of research. But now what you've got on top is the World Electronic Mind Control. So you've got Tesla technology all those years ago being modified with the EMF microwave waves, the hearing, the frequencies. The body is made of frequencies. The cells are naturally, you know, made of water. We're not very sort of like, meant to be electrical, but they're ramping up the frequencies as well. That's going to set the body in its energy level too on top. So this article just goes, there is positive articles here too. So yeah, I mentioned Henry Kissinger. Subject the Illuminati mind control. It's just the other blog's helpful because it gives you the connection, i.e. when I left the Mormons, right, my late mum didn't know that it wasn't the truth, you know, a true sort of like spiritual Christian type ethics. And I'd never knew. It's just all I ever knew because I was raised in it. And now I know the beehives, the symbolism, why it's called the beehives for children. Wow, I was part of that as well when I was growing up. So it's sad. I know now why they made sure that I got excommunicated at 17 and a half. And my late mum sat out the room. And there was about, I don't know, about 8-10 men, me alone in the big hall with them, and being torn to shreds. And that was a part of psychological tactic. I know that now. But at the time, I hated my mother for years. I blamed her for what I went through. But it wasn't her fault. And it's very hard to forgive those that you've been blaming all your life for things that's happened, and hatred of anyone related to that church, well, religion. And I really, really know now. My elder half brother put me into the program, and in connection with my, and you see, it's not really my brother's fault. He thought he was doing the right thing, and I'm still trying to forgive him. It's hard. And also my other natural brother, he's military, ex-military. He went through hell as a child. They all went through hell. And what the Mormons knocked on my mum's door where we used to live, and my mum took him in, the missionaries, and they saw a young woman on her own with 5 kids. That's all they saw as a to use her and to build the foundation of the church in South UK, the first family in Cornwall in the area we used to live. You know, we were used. I know that now. When I went to go to get help and a remedy in the late 90s, that's when my trouble with the targeting began really heavily. I know that now, of course, going back on my journals and diaries. And yeah. So my elder brother's connections in politics in my area, and his connections with a friend of his in the Mormons who used to be a police, public servant in the police, but in the firearms division, is now a politician for quite a few years in my area, and they've got connections. So I've been set up in all areas. It just sounds like a book, sounds like a horror story, really. but it's real life. And I'm still going through it. So all medical services unblocked. I can't, no matter what emails, recorded posts I do, unblocked. I still can't get it. The servicing my medical equipment. They're deliberately sabotaging the repairs to my wheelchair. Oh, I've checked all this out. And it's not just that. Then it's the housing repairs. And they're now threatening to make me homeless. The serious aspect is this is a major. This has been building up. So I did all my letters, counterclaiming, and God knows if they turn up and bash my door in. They know I'm in my physical situation and not healthy, and my complex physical disabilities on top. And yeah, but they did a home invasion. These are collected in Freemasonries in my private dwelling, and how they did that, what I talk about in terminology and that. One needs to research what home invasion is, how this gang stalking program works with the mind control, with the MK Ultra. Now, if I can find the Tavistock Institute link, that will, yeah, here you go. A Manchurian project. I might have clicked on the wrong subject. So, but anyway, this is educate.org. One can have a look around at their own time. And there you go. So stop sharing that. Go back to the chat. And also talk about the underground dumps. Phil Snicer, 1996 video here. A reference of my labs, the military black operations, the reptilian subject in conjunction with it explains the tactics. He talks experience as an engineer blowing up the underground dams, preparing them, and what he encountered deep underground. So very, very demonic. Very, very much was the time. Just watch what I'm doing. So I'll take that off. I think no, Scott's finished his line. I think. That taught sense. Scott now is saying about, I think he's reading off a script. Uncle John in his chat's genuine. I know about him for a long time. And the gang stalking tactics he just briefly touched upon. Wow. Still human. Wayne is not 100% genuine from Australia, unfortunately. That's why he's changed his name to Uncle John. I can't click on this channel for me. Well, they've moved them all around the company for letting out these flats to do the operations around me. So that's why they want me out. So he's still alive. Let's go back to my chat. Right, in the meantime, I've got to go and do what I've got to do. Because it's late. Get the rush back out. Fingers crossed. Weather stop. Oh, I've got to try and leave. 2 o'clock in the morning. Right. All right. Okay, then. My funny. Yes, May, you're right on that point. You're very good at the other social media platform. So funny, the characters you use. Yes, I totally agree. What do you call those images? Oh, images, I suppose. Oh, you made me laugh. I needed a laugh, thanks, mate. Okay. Not much of a laugh going out this time of night. Check the pool. Pray that I will get there with the light on. Get my light on. I have to take the bloody phone with me. If I get killed, it's not me. I have to take the phone with me. Just got to wrap up. Somebody's called me. It's a gas fire. Oh. So I don't know who's calling. Where's Mel? Good fucking morning. I'm not beating my shoes. Yeah, right, what's this? How would you do 1, 2? I think they've also got wind, these people I know from a while ago. The bloke's alright. The female, she's a bit uncertain about her state of wheelchair. I have to be careful. I can't get out and about in the weather and stuff. What's going on? They don't know. They keep their cash in the bank. That's what that's about. I did say months ago last saw them, and I met them a while ago. They're not real friends, these people I've known, but I've got to be careful with the targeted program and what I say. And last time I saw her, I gave my phone number, and I didn't think much to it because they never, you know, they make sure you don't have any friends in your family. Anyway, and I did say, I did have this gut feeling. It's just, I don't know how long ago now. End of last year. And I said something about, well, just in case, invest in food and water. You know, there's a couple of websites and there's another different social media platform I suggested. And she was taking, I said, take a screenshot of these pages on the different social media platform that you might want to look at yourself on the financial situation that might happen next year, meaning this year. And also for the future, just in case, get yourself stocked up on, you know, I wasn't suggesting anything particular, it's just general things that I was taught when I was growing up. And they were open. His partner, the female partner, wasn't that open. But he was very clued up. Sadly, though, with the mind control, I see that they're messing about with. He's a smart man, and I do believe the female is his handler. And sometimes pay you up that way. It's a very strange relationship, and it's not my business. But when I used to see them together, I watched her body language carefully, and she was very domineering. But just could be your personality, it's not my business to pry. But I just said, and then when she just, it was surprising last time I saw her. He wasn't talking as much, she was. Oh, what's your number, you know? And what it is, it's a number I don't ever give out. It's just a spare old number I don't use at all. It's just a spare one. And so I didn't think nothing to it. And then, well, we know yesterday I've been so preoccupied with all the BS I'm going through. And a voicemail just says, give him a call. Well, it's not that simple when you're having your communications monitored as well. And you can't be free to speak about anything. But it's really just boiled back down to those movies I saw. And I know I won't be getting much sleep again. I'll just gotta focus now. Trying to pray that I can just get out and at the back here and just get rubbish bag out. So it doesn't linger my flat, and whatever happens, this vessel, this body, our vessels are just that. Our souls are more important than anything. It's really so true. So I just grace goodness, you know, that my late mum, even though I didn't take much notice when I was younger, and it wasn't until I started researching about economy and the bigger picture of a few subjects of my situation that I thought, well, they got to my own family members, my own daughter, my own son. Don't see my grandchildren, well, they're older now. And I just know that, okay, so they're out of my life. And did the best I can. I've got to focus on me in my situation. It's not ideal. And the fear is just what they're going. The darkness, these non-human entities drain your soul. They suck. This is why if I stream and I fall asleep, this is all you can hear. It's my soul being drained, my energy being drained. And I know they can do the technology for that too. But I am picking up non-human entities, and the advancement, also technology, oh my gosh. It's just transhumanism, the ultimate goal. Well, the ultimate end game is transhumanism for every mankind, well, unless you're part of the bloodline elite families. Well, perhaps they've already done that on them. It's control of hive mind, you know, the D-Wave, supercomputers, hive mind of the human soul. Well, not the soul, the actual body, the brain, they're getting after the brain. So target individuals, the terminology really means it is being subjected to torture without consent. So the worldwide, whatever you want to call them around the world, you put on a list, or you're subjected, or somebody puts you forward without even knowing about it. And one day you wake up, not everyone goes through the same situation. So you've got technology, the patterns of the brain, hacking the brain, began in 1950s. I read some of these patterns. The neuromonitoring, you know, years and years ago when I had my kids when they were little, I didn't even know, I knew some stuff about life, of course, out of this controlled religious upbringing. But I knew in the late 90s that it was a cult. I knew the link to Freemasonry because I married a guy who was a Freemason, and he got up to a Master Lodge membership, Master Mason. And it wasn't a very pleasant man. So I had a grounding, and no disrespect to the basic principles my mother taught me, and she did her best, as standards in the sense of the way, you know, the different schools I went through. If I stayed at the same school, I would have been an athlete. I was always good at sports and winning the tournaments I was always in. But we kept moving schools and moving, and eventually, unfortunately, moved up to Devon, away from my beautiful nature, my coastal areas I love. And then, long story short, my mum gets a job in Canada, and she puts it to me, I could stay with you. I was the only one left at home then, or, you know, I'll move up here and stay with my older brother. I didn't get a choice really, because I felt that she went out of her way to raise us and go through all that what she went through, and she had the one ultimate opportunity as a housekeeper job in Canada. And how could I would feel guilty if I said no, I needed to stay with me. And but I was 16, 17, you know, and I moved out, got a place on my own, got a couple of jobs, you know, got a best friend from school, we got a place together and had a really good time. And that's when I started living life. Very not controlled. And then just an ordinary life. And then, of course, when my mother sold up and I had nowhere else to come back to as a home, a family home. And my best friend, she found a bloke she wanted to go with, and I couldn't afford the place on my own. So I met somebody, promised to marry me or get together, didn't work out, and I was left. So yeah, shocking, having to move out this way. And all these years on, ever since I moved to the area, finding out about my elder brother, half brother, and what he was doing to his own children and witnessing horrible things. And I couldn't say anything, and he wanted me to get out of the way because what I knew. So he stitched me up, and I literally lied and said they couldn't manage me living there. And then I'd met someone who had a child. It wasn't done thing, and was offered a place, my first house. But I didn't know how to run a house. I didn't know how to have a kid or look after it. And it wasn't for the grace of God. I swear to goodness now. Meeting a lady called Helen, who literally lived around the corner from me. She wasn't ideal, but she was German. And she went through hell with her so-called partner, her horrible treatment. But she taught me, the only one that did, how to run a house, how to look after kids and stuff. And I learned a lot from her. I didn't have a mum. I didn't have the family backup. They didn't want to know. My brother said to me, you made your bed, you lay in it. The trauma, you say, for all that to start with at a young age. So when I did have a job, I got a babysitter and I got a job with only part-time. And then I met my son's father. Sadly, I thought it would work out again, and it didn't. So I was left with 2 kids. And then, of course, I took in a female lodger from the place where I used to work. And she had a really nasty boyfriend. Now, when you have a gun to your head, held up to your head, and you've got 2 kids in the room next door, and you've got to think of their lives, and you're being attacked all night with a gun at your head. I prayed to, that's a thing that taught me when I was younger. Always stuck with me. I don't know why, but I prayed to God all night that I would live. And no matter what physically was being done to me, I would live. I was only 20. And that horrific situation, when I screamed out that window for help from my neighbours, nobody come to my aid. I prayed to goodness that I could hear the birds come up. That's when I knew it was early in the morning. And that guy had fallen asleep. He lost his grip on the gun. So I kicked it out the way, and I grabbed my kids and I ran to my babysitter's house, and who raised the alarm for the police. And from what I can remember, there was a manhunt, a major manhunt for this guy. By the time they got to my house, they couldn't find him. He was nowhere in sight. And I was helped by, it's called Women's Aid Charity. They took me in. It was a horrendous situation. And the police or housing boarded up the old house. My best friend, she felt guilty. I don't know where she disappeared to. All I can remember, bits and bobs, is that my kids were traumatised and seeing me traumatised. And yeah, and I can't remember much about the incident. All I can remember is being told that they found this guy, and he had a rap sheet, offences in UK terminology, criminality, a long history. And they said I was lucky to be alive, kind of thing. So unfortunately, I don't know how it happened, but I asked my brother if I could stay there, go back there. He just said, no, we told you, you made your bed, you lay in it. My friend with her own kids didn't have the room to accommodate me and my kids. And I got this woman's aid place, wasn't great, and eventually got a new house offered. Beautiful house, really was lovely, modern. I wasn't there long. I was having really bad nightmares. One night, I swear to goodness, there was an entity sitting on my bed. My kids were up in their bedroom asleep, very young still, and I could physically feel movement on my bed. It was dark, but I could physically feel the movement on my bed. I closed my eyes and prayed to goodness me, God, Creator. At the time, I wasn't very spiritual, and I was petrified. And then again, I was doing the same thing. I'm praying that I could hear these birds singing out the window because the house was near a river and near some trees. And I got literally, as soon as the daylight come, I got up and I screamed out that window, screamed like anything. And I had no phone in my bedroom. I couldn't get I couldn't get up the room to see my kids arrive. I couldn't open that door. I was petrified. And the police had to get a ladder up to the bedroom. It's a split level design. And they come in that way to search the whole house. Nobody was found. There was no sign of entry, breaking entry. And all I was told, I can't remember much again, but I was having these flashbacks, these nightmares, these traumas, and I really, it was something strange. I was so young and I couldn't cope living there. But I made sure the kids were alright. I was offered a play group, places for them, and what I didn't know, I had a really good friends. I don't know why I got on with male friends and female friends, but they were good. Offered to dig up my garden, the level bit of the garden for me, fix a washing machine, and it was a neighbour's nephew or something, that I remember. But she thought I was having an affair, which I would never do. I couldn't cope with all that. It was just a practical paying him to do the garden kind of thing. Next thing, she calls up puppet servants, making noise about me and my children. Next thing I know, there's these puppet servants up my door, want to see my kids, and it's like, what? I've been attacked, I've gone through all this, and you're accusing this, that, and the other about me. Long story short, I found out it was my elder half brother behind this, and I only found this out in. I found this out. Oh gosh, what year? I find the old diary and entries, and the year it was, and that was about, I don't know, about 6-7 years ago. I found the diary, And I could not believe my own family would do that to me. Because I left a moment, so all of these events, how could they be linked? But I can't just put it all onto my family. It's all demonic. It's all connected. There must have been tracing the bloodline of the DNA, perhaps, of my own family. My mother's side was NK Ultra as a child. So, of course, could they have put these Mormon missionaries in my mum's life to be a member of the occult and then monitor us as kids, and then we grow up. And because I needed to leave and not be a member anymore, they don't want you to leave the occult. What I witnessed, what I experiencing, and I don't know, I just had a gut feeling that it wasn't right. So, but sadly, all my members of family are still part of it all. And they are very much my own natural sister, bless her heart. She meant well, and she always does mean well, but she's very mind controlled and heavily. Now I know how the technology works, she is very much controlled. My older brother's a narcissist. He really is a manipulative character, and I don't think he knows any different. And he's very controlling of his wife. She's very soft, not very, I don't know what she's like now, of course. It's been quite a while since I've seen her. And, but when I found out they were poking their noses into my own son's life and manipulating my daughter still, and like they did before, I did try my best to make communications, and that's when I started helping my son out the way I could. And I couldn't believe this program. I was only learning about it 2018. 2019, I was getting a lot of setups and things going through 2020. And that's when, at the same time, my son came in my life again. So I'm hearing things, horrific things. He was being badly treated by my older brother, and I had to step in. I had no choice. My son had no one else. I knew he had no one else. I knew he was set up with that wife he married. I knew that was a honeypot. I know that all this now, of course. But I'm also knowing now how they must have got to him and how they turned him. And because he's got his beautiful daughter, and he lost his contact with his first son. So I don't blame him. I just know I have to focus on me and my situation. And if I look back on it all, my daughter's never been around when I needed it. My son's never been around when I need it properly. You know, like practical things I needed would be really helpful. When I saved up funds to hire around to move stuff out of it, you know, in storage, whatever, he let me down. But I also found out that he was being manipulated by my own brother, and how sadly, serious demonically, my ex-army brother, who's left the army years ago, was also doing things, and I can't repeat ever what I found out he was doing to my daughter. And sadly, my daughter's gone through bad experiences herself. And I really hope and pray that guardian angels are watching over my own son and daughter, and my older grandkids, and my younger grandkids. And it's their life. They've got to have their own journey. And it's hard to realise that. It's hard to break away, because it's just, you have to keep out the toxicity out of your life, and I know that now. So, and I know the fear, the psychological fear is what they do. I've gone through a lot worse since. I've gone through a hell of a lot of stuff since. The 2002 incident, attempted murder in my life, was the MK Ultra part of that, I know now. I can't go into anything about that on any platform because it's too sensitive. But when I got how that happened, what I understand of it now on reading back on what I was writing in my journals, I was singled out for that. The only survivor was serial killer. And I've been heavily, extremely heavily monitored ever since. I know this now, I still am. So, every day's a challenge. Every day I'm really poorly at the moment. I'm getting all this dental and lung infections and things going on at the moment. It's been about 2 weeks like this, and they target my kidneys at the moment, radiation effects. So yeah, it's just like focusing on one's energy, positivity best you can, because to raise your spiritual vibrations is what these non-human entities want. I have to lay in bed for 2 hours before I can physically move, because my whole physical body is drained. The pain in the brain, the back of the head, the neck, the nerves, the feet is really excruciating. So it eventually wears off, and then I can take my natural remedies and herbs, and that kicks in. And then as soon as I start to recover, I get the MK Ultra triggers. There'd be a letter in the post, there'd be threats, you know, there'd be constant pattern of the MK Ultra triggers, trauma based, and it will drain my energy again because of that. So, and then that's the angle they do is to make you physically drained because of it. So you forget to eat, you forget to own your personal routine sort of thing. So I'm now learning certain things, but I can't mention publicly about how I try to cope with all that. But for all those target individuals out there, it's going through the programs different for different people. So the technology in the brain, the V2K, I don't have. Some people go. I, long time ago, spoke to a guy in England who does have that. And first-hand experience of talking to somebody that goes through that. My heart goes out to anyone going through that horrendous V2K. Absolutely, how anyone can function. Everyday things of that going on, hacking into the brain and put them. It's just the technology they use to do that on top. Is always, when you look into the bigger picture of the subject of these companies I researched years ago in the subjects which I've been studying until 2012, before what I know now, it stood me in good stead to learn and research, which my background is researcher from years ago. I used to be a member of the UK Journalists Union through an old friend of mine years ago. So I had those skills of research years and years and years and years ago, and I lost all the ability to do all that when I got run over. And how I got run over, and how the strikes and the physical reduction of my physical have happened. So yeah, if it wasn't again for my late mum teaching me, reteaching me how to cope psychologically as well with the adaptive physical change in my body, that I used to be very fit, very slender, very active, and completely changed overnight. So that affects the psychological mindset. So I started learning hard who's behind all this round here, and key ringleader who's behind it, and his connections goes back to where I used to live. and his old profession. So, and his connections in 2020 to date is very much connected to Freemasonry and on the dark side of it. So the housing companies, why I don't get any repairs, the lawful way of doing things, is all connected through him. And pulling in favours from his Mason colleagues, his mates, and make my home look completely deterioration is not of my doing. I'll keep it clean and tidy best I can with my carer friends. And they want me out on health and safety grounds, but I am not to breach a contract, and this is where the biggest challenge now is. Right here and now, with a bigger picture of the subject and the world's going on in England too, and in my current situation, people in England like me are the subject of certain things I can't mention here publicly, which I'm already aware of, only by looking at reading documents and things like that. And it's now this time in the morning, I've just got to stop talking and move and focus. But this is what Educate.org website, I don't know how I found it. I just found a good resource to research. Trust your gut instinct. Just, you know, if you do have a faith, just pray to your creator, whatever belief system one has. Be careful of the rabbit holes, because there are too many I've been down through a long time ago and got bitten quite a few times, led me down the wrong way. But because of my natural health training I always have, all those skills I always had in my old life, I was able to reuse those skills to adapt. It's very hard to do, and to relearn different things. And I'm sure there's a chapter in my life now. I'm still here for a reason. I know that. I'm still here, and this is where all the internet is heavily hacked into. Every device I might have is hacked into. Everything's monitored, not just with the brain space. So for all those before me, I have to thank those. I have to thank everybody. I mean, my other channels got took down because I was sharing too much truth. I didn't know about how and who started the internet all these years ago, which I do now. I have to thank those that used to be moderators. I mean, Mo, bless your heart, was from my previous channels. Tanya, bless her, she stopped talking to me. She stopped phoning me, but it's not her fault. I know it's a program that's done that deliberately. I'll go on to a certain other platform to chat in a certain lounge, meant to be of other people similar situation targeted, but soon I join, I'll get the cold shoulder. So I'm just aware that you need to cut out people, but there's no people left really now to cut out. And I have my post tampered with as well, and wow, let's just have to play something in the background in a minute, just uplift, spiritual uplift. Because without the affirmations of scriptures, and I like the new, what do you call it? I like New Testament audio. It's automated audio playing constantly. It's lovely. In that New Testament, I'm not quite sure which section it is, it states about the fallen, you know, these demons, the fallen demons. And it does mention Nephilim and that subject. And when people may not be spiritual, but they get videos out and they is not edited, is not made up. They capture these demons and souls of men and women and the eyes and features. And they've always been on this earth. This earth is not, it's basically always has been their earth, you know, and all those years ago when I was a sky watcher watching this weather, that subject of weather engineering, it's like my videos might be different subjects. It's not sticking to one subject, it's this, that and the other. And it's like, but now it's about just keeping things to small minimal. The internet goes out, you know, the power goes off. The fear people will have, because they're so used to modern things. I was taught the basic things, what to do to make do. I still got the list all those years ago, a 72-hour list. And I know practical things. If the power grid goes down, so to speak, I will be in an environment of not my choosing because of my physical disabilities. Okay? And if anyone falls entry to my private dwelling over a bit of paper to other such assumptions, I breach a contract, which is not true. And but you see, no matter what paperwork I've done, everything is correct, lawful, and factual. I know, like personal injury I had when that wheel come off my wheelchair. I know I'm being watched over. I really know that. I could have ended up dead in that road with a car, oncoming car, almost hit me. And that wheelchair tipped over head first. But the grace of God was watching over me that day. And I was taught so well to pull back that gear on the outside. And there's the bench, the metal frame thing next to me. And I screamed out. So whether that individual was a perpetrator, it didn't occur to me. It was just somebody that helped me. And I didn't treat him as negative, just what could say was thank you, because they were saving my literally my life. And the two strangers, two blokes and one behind me. And I got in, and all this time now, the company responsible for maintenance of wheelchairs denied liability. They're questioning my ability to use it, to get out of their liability of their negligence of ordering faulty parts in the first place. And now faulty, it still seems faulty on the motors. And I'm looking at all my dates, the past dates. Every time there's been a repair, it's usually 4 to 5 weeks. I'm having to report another repair because it's come faulty again. And it's a repetitive pattern. And I know now they are linked that company to the housing situation I'm in. They are being used to see a condition of flat to report back. So that's why they do that. And I have to keep a journal with all this, and dates and who's involved. And it's not just that, it's just as a subject, the water company I'm dealing with now, their agents overcharging. And it's one thing after another, but I have to face myself because they're draining my soul. But this is a temporary. This is he was persecuted on this earth first for so long ago. So the children of bloodline, perhaps the bloodlines. You know, if you look back in history at the biblical times, the DNA in history, could we be the bloodlines? You know, Jesus Christ that died upon the cross to save us from our sins. And we are hereditary. Oh, okay, it's a long bloodline history. But I'm looking at my father's side, I didn't even know him. And I thought it's strange. Why would my natural brother and sister block me for knowing my own half brothers and sisters, or knowing anything about my natural father? And I had to dig about it. The bits I could find out, and I started contacting my other half brothers and sisters, really. But I soon noticed my sister, my natural sister, got to them first. Don't know what was said about me, but they didn't want to contact me. So be it. I know this now. But it wasn't my mum's fault. My mum created this great big story when I was younger to protect us. I know that, what she did then. But you see, what I witnessed as a kid and what happened to my brothers and sisters, and my mum was in the next room crying her eyes out and drugged up because of what she traumatized as a kid. That man, we all prayed to God, we all prayed, that's all we knew, that he will be, there was something happened to him, that he won't be around no more. Within 2 weeks he died, hit and run, drink driver. And we were so happy, and not disrespectful, but we were so happy. But for the sake of what I witnessed as a young kid, I tried to seek justice for them. I tried to run to the next door neighbour who's a nurse to get them help, to get us help. I was stopped by my elder brother saying to me, if I did say anything, we'll be split up and together. But I was silenced. And I didn't want that for my family. So we just carried on. And my mother, all these years before her passing, she was always in love with that guy. And I now, what I know about mind control, this is what she was on. But on the dying breath, you know, forgiveness is the hardest thing to me. But whatever really happened, how it happened, you know, you in that room and you just let go. Just past is a past. You can't change anything that's happened. Everything's happened for a reason. You cannot keep going over and over and over and over, reliving it. This is what they want you to do. Keep reliving incidences. Keep trying this. Keep this, that, and the other. Every single little thing you get through each day is a blessing. That's all I'm trying. So anyway, on that note, I'm going to play some audio. And no doubt I've said this in my conscious mindset today, and no doubt it will hack into that in my dreams. So I think I'm going to leave the rubbish by because I'd rather do it in the daytime when it's light and get to bed, get some sleep. My safety comes first. It's going to rain later throughout the whole day and then Tuesday. So I share that information only because it helps somebody else what they're going through and they don't even know half of this. I guarantee you there's demonic side of life. They know what we're going through and what we go through in our lives. So when they put all this yeah, I'll get to bed. It's just like a movie. It really is like a bloody movie. It's like the links in the chat might put in. It's just like, wow. Yeah, the windy and cold, safest trip to sleep. me. I'll check my chat and then I'll turn this off. Dental infection when you get your teeth radiated, don't know, I'll tell you. And the target your head and stuff. I don't like chopping that. Yeah, trauma. Mind control, MK Ultra, and it's been going on since all those years ago. Not just to me. Keep surviving, eh? Best you can. Well, he's getting there. Right. Okay. I'm just going to live chat. Oh, they won't get me still. Yes, oh my gosh, no. Oh, that's so true. Yes, I did get the information about the North American and what he said about the native Indians and surrounded by reptilian. That's what the second video. First one I wasn't sure, but the second one I picked that up straight away. Thank you. Europeans, not EUR opinions. Yeah. Taylor speaks about the comedian Bob Hope. Oh my gosh, yes, I found that years ago. Was born in England. I don't know if that was Liverpool. Oh, I didn't know he's born in England. Oh, I'll take a drink now.
That was what went through she traumatized as a kid. That man, we all prayed, God, we all prayed. That's all we.
I mention that because you're speaking about England, English ties. Yeah. I've got Celtic ties, Cornwall. Yeah. My encounter has been around, I think, probably since the Tower Babel, B-A-B-E-L-L, or maybe even Cain himself. Yeah, tribe of Cain. When he slew his brother, definitely it was around the I can't pronounce that. Mesopotamin, civilization of the pharaohs, Egypt connection. It's always been that with religion, the Mormon religion. It's always promoting the Egypt connection. My late mum used to do that all the time, and always go on about the Egyptians. And when my son went to Egypt and didn't even tell me about it in 2012 on holiday, and I had no connection with him. When he was found his partner and then dating, and he didn't even want me at his wedding. And I knew that was a red herring then, but I know why he was rushed out of. He was threatened to not be around in this town anymore. So he moved in with my daughter where she used to live out of town. And then that's how he lived his partner then. And that's how he moved to London. And then further south. And that's a Freemason place. Yeah, but not to answer whatever. Anyway, let's read the chat. Yeah, pharaohs of Egypt and the cult practices, yes. Oh my. The things I was involved with in the Mormons, in the temple, the rituals, baptisms for the dead. Why would you indoctrinate kids at a certain age to do somebody there to read off the script of all these dead people claiming that we're saving their souls? They're dead already. I know that now, of course, but at the time I thought I was doing the right thing. We were told we were doing that for the Lord. We were told that we were saving all these dead souls. No, we weren't. Underneath the font was like a shape of a ball. Ball's heads. And I always remember that. Coming down the steps, and I said to one of the people that worked there, why is this font designed like four bulls' heads? You know, like the cow, the bull's heads. And like on legs. Very beautifully designed. Very, very well posh. Yeah, we didn't get time to look properly because we were just like a machine. In the baptism front and do all these baptisms for the dead. I don't know how many times I was under that bloody water. So when you're 13 up to 14, the oldest, they did it too. You are expected to do this and get your brownie points for the church. You weren't able to go in any other parts of the temple because you weren't old enough. I remember that part. That never goes away, that part. I mean, NK Ultra Mind Control mean while adding more demons with your rituals. Yeah, there could have been. Definitely. Typo mistake. My encounter has been around. I meant to say the mind control altar has been around since the Tower of Babel. They want you to hate someone that generally loves you unconditionally in reference to orchestrating you to hate your mum. Yep, I realised that after deathbed. Yep. I realised everything she did for us as kids, you know. So when it come to knowing full well I couldn't physically go and see an hospital, even though it was up round the corner for me. My whole family knew. They could have come and assisted me to get up to the hospital. They didn't give a shit. So thank goodness that when my kids were little, I encouraged them to keep in contact with their gran. And that's what was a good thing that my son, before he stopped talking to me, said, at least you gave us, it was even though you didn't get on with your mum, you gave us, still went to go and see her and kept in contact with her and made sure that we had a relationship with her. It was all against my better principles, but I knew they needed to know their ground, if you know what I mean. I hated all the family though, because they baptised my daughter behind my back when she was 14, and she ran away from home. And I tried to get her help, and my ex, Freemason, fiance stroke husband at the time, police wouldn't help me get her out. She ran away to the ex-babysitter's house where the boyfriend lived. And my son told me, gave me a tip off. So we rushed around to go and get her out, concerned for her safety. But the police said she's 14, she can make her own mind up. So I had no choice but to ring my elder brother, because he's got teenagers that age, and I never knew, I'm new to it all, at that age group. He promised he would try and help me get my daughter back. He did not. Instead, he let us stay at her house, his house I should say, where it all went through what I went through there. And instead of helping her and to see sense and for her safety, he indoctrinated her against me. And then he manipulated her, and my mum was relying on my brother. My mum was manipulating my brother, my brother's manipulating her. Odd relationship, I tell you. And next thing I know, for the sake of my son, really, for the relationship with him and his sister, I did my best to go around with my connections I had. There was a very top barrister in London, very good friend in my old days, only because I looked the part, you know, the model part, my model days. I had all that perfect image, you know, very superficial. I know that now. At the time, that's the kind of business people I was attracting. Very wealthy, connected people I used to mix with in my former life. And they got us a top lawyer. We put a case in the High Court in London to try and get her out of that house and explain what happened to me, and pray for her safety. And we got the warrant to go around to get her out. The police wouldn't bash the door down because my brother had his kids in there already of his own. And my daughter was saying, no, she's not coming on, screaming and screaming when the police got to the door. And they were concerned for her well-being. So what they said, well, because of her age, by then it was 14, they said there's nothing we can do. So I started researching the subject, and yeah, found out at 14 years of age they can be, have a certain terminology they use that she can, it was a shock really, that they don't need parental consent for certain medical procedures. And so long story short, my elder brother knew a friend of his in the Mormon church, the occult, and he lived 30 miles outside the town. And his best mates, it turned out, I found later, and got him to put himself forward as a foster father with his wife and their family. They're a very wealthy family. So next thing I know, I'm fighting a court case. I got the wrong lawyers, and at the time, and I was making sure my son was okay for all this too, because it's a shock for him losing his sister the way it's happened. I had two very good, one female friend, a couple of good lawyers, friends they were, and they were really good friends advising me. So next thing I know, I'm in court, and it's the wrong place to be in the same town. Should have been out of town. Anyway, and there was my mother, and literally just trying to be neutral. She didn't know where to put herself. So I think she's really trying to, I think looking back, she's trying to help my daughter. I really didn't see it that way myself, but long story short, I took on the system, okay? Started learning law and took on the system, and to fight to get my daughter back. And what they did was dig up I don't know what else was going on with my own family, but they must have lied and stuff. And next thing I know, she was fostered out without my consent. I was set up, and now I know all these meetings and stuff I had years ago. And my son was fine. They weren't concerned about my son. There's no inquiries about my son, nor my upbringing with him. And he ignored me. But they just really want to get after my daughter. I realised that my whole family did that with their connections. So she was there when I heard she's going to be taken over to France on holiday. I thought they're going to try and take away there for good with the family. They're going to move there. So I went all the way to London. My son was with his really good friends at the time. I made sure he was in had extra curriculum and karate classes. I saved up cash to make sure he could go to karate, self-defense lessons and that stuff. Anyway, yeah, so we're in the High Court. We're banging on the door to wake up my mate's connection. He was a barrister himself, and so he knew one of the High Court judges, and we put the case in emergency injunction to stop the family, take my daughter to France. We got the document, and we rushed it to file it locally as well, and we just missed it by an hour. They got out of England by the Eurotunnel and over to France. And years later, I found some old photographs of the foster mother. She was posing in the nude on the beach in France, all in front of her own kids as well. She's meant to be a Mormon, and her husband letting her do that. I found them, and I had to be careful not to make out know that I know this, and I just had to be in the background and just be there for my daughter when she's ready. She had to see for herself. I was advised very well by well-educated people to say, your family are very controlling, and you're doing well for your son, will support you. Or your friends, they were very, very good friends at the time, And you know, and because of the law, until the laws changed, because of her age, so I always made sure that I had visits, and I made sure that my son knew, and I didn't interrupt with the relationship bonding with him and his sister. That was always the main focus, that they keep the relationship going, even though where she was. And thank goodness I did that. Okay, so eventually, long story short, as she got older, leaving care, she got her own place, met somebody, she's having a baby. She come round to me and she just really didn't know how to approach me. I was the one saying, it's okay, it's all right. She admitted what I went, because I was always open with my kids. She said, I know exactly what you went through yourself, Mum, because exactly how I was treated with the family. And I always regret, you know, I shouldn't have done what I did. I said, it's not your fault. I know it's not your fault. I know it's not you. And I know how it's happened. So it's not you. So I just reassured her. It was very, very hard for her to adjust. And yeah, she just was very glad to get away from the restrictions and the hard line church environment. But she was very close to my mother, and I wouldn't let that stop her. And I always encourage that. So, and when it didn't work out with a partner and she was left with the child, she moved away to a different town. And she met somebody, and yeah, that family, the father was very, very abusive to the older lads. He worked in Dubai in oil fields in business, and the wife was always being mistreated by him when he came home. I was concerned for the safety of my daughter and her child, so I would always make an effort to go and see her. And then by that time, my son would quite a lot of times with his new girlfriend go and stay with her, but then the new girlfriend did a dirty on him. And I don't know, I think with the goodness of the heart of my daughter, I'd always be grateful for her for that, was there for him. He needed it, okay, in a big way. And I don't know what happened, but I think it gave some really good, strong grounding to overcome that pain. And he went on to do really good and got a couple of good jobs and traveling. And that kind of period of time, I lost contact with him. And he's just a man getting on with his life. And I hope that whatever's going on, he could just break away and start again. But I'd always encourage him to have contact with his daughter, with his sister. But yeah, the hereditary of MK Ultra does go through generational. So, and sadly, I know my own son and daughter, adult son and daughter, are targeted. I don't know if they realise. I think they may. I don't know, because I don't speak to them. The program does that. So we had a wonderful, good relationship. The last time I ever had any real close contact with my daughter was 2014. So my own family made sure of that. And then like 2019, I found really dark things out about my brother, ex-army brother, and something to do with my daughter, which I can't go into here. And I feared for the well-being of my daughter. I really do. And she was very smart. She is a very smart woman. She's older now. And I know she's still in contact with my own. She treats my own sister as her mother. It's so sad. It's so sad how that's happened. My elder brother's manipulated my sister, who lives in Wales, so much. I just can't even describe it. It's so sick. And to be this, like, the surrogate mother of me, to take my place. So that's what's been going on ever since. And my son told me a lot of stuff I know is true. And he didn't know how to handle it. And he was going downhill quick. So I had no choice but to step in again, unconditionally. As an adult, I had no choice, best I could, and I encouraged to meet up. He was happy with his new wife, and she was expecting his child. I had to be there for him as I could. So I was getting badly set up, seriously bad set up here in 2017. They came up to see me. The flat wasn't the way it is at the time. And I managed, because I was studying law, there's lots of stuff I was doing and trying to just being in the background. And 2019, as I said, I was finding out a lot of things happening to my son when he moved away, and it was definitely targeted related. The car accidents, all the job losses, the setups, the honeypot wife. But I'm glad he had that time with her to go to Egypt and to see the pyramids, and why they chose that. But I'm glad he went to Thailand and he saw the culture. And he said to me when we were talking, he said to me, I got the travel bug from you. I thought, what? Where did you get the travel bug from me? He said all those years you used to take us to all these different places, and all these trips used to go abroad to France and the weekends away. I always did that with my kids. I never had the opportunity. So when I got invited with my couple of partners I had at the time, very expensive hotels, America we went, France. We did 1 year, we did the eclipse in France. I don't know why, but I just knew it was important that my kids saw culture. The thing about me at the time, they needed to see the real life, but safely. So when they have the opportunity to do Christmas, New Year at hotels, or safe places to go away from home, I never had that opportunity. So I made sure I saved up to do that, and I did. So when my son said to me, as an adult, he said, oh, I just needed to create memories. You gave us that opportunity to build up and see the world and the best you could. So this is where I got the idea from. Okay, so I thought, whatever. And they said he did a bungee jump. Oh my God. I couldn't even do heights like that. I thought, good on him. Good, he's recovering. Sadly, she did the dirty on him and he went downhill. So I was just all I could do when I heard the news, my mum's dying and she's going to die. I was at the other side of the phone, really basically for my son. I don't know how I found the words to console him. I don't know something about it, but I just knew these words were not coming from me. I would not naturally say what I would say. They were coming from somewhere else. But whatever I said did help him. I know that. And thank goodness I was there at that period of time to be there for that. I got shunned from all of my family members at the funeral, every one of them. My son was pig in the middle with my daughter and me, and he couldn't really console me. All they were more concerned with is being around my sister and my grandkids as well too. And it was just like cut me, stab me in the back scenario. But I knew that might happen, so I had held my head up high. I did the obituary. I was the only one out of the family members to do it correctly. What the words that my mum would like to hear. And I was left in my wheelchair alone. Nobody waited for me in the wheelchair to go to the funeral part where they're going to bury her in the ceremony. And a stranger at the church house escorted me and back, and it was raining. And it was very hard to move on from that. Nobody at all after the funeral onwards asked, "Are you okay? How are you?" My son and daughter didn't bother to contact me if I was okay either. And I know that from then on, that is my family doing. My family's doing that to them. And the program, so long story short, it was just not worth it. And then this is where I find out things about my daughter and my son. And I thought, okay, so 2020 is back in my life. But yet, I'm doing what I can, and I have to be careful because he's in a hospital. The pert wife is messing about. I'm getting all the evidence, messages, WhatsApp messages, photographs, evidence and stuff, and I'm trying, and I wish to goodness he just read the links, some of the links. He was focusing more. They really got him bad, and I don't know how. I really don't know. I hope to goodness today he's alright. They just getting through, and because it's extremely intelligent. He's doing intelligent science and digital currency trading, that kind of thing. And I found out by sheer chance, seeing my nephew in town one day, that his brother, who is a trader in finance in London, my nephew, he moved to London a long time ago, he's married. My son is very close to him. And hearing that about a year or so ago, maybe a year, maybe under a year, was such a relief. Was such a relief that my son had somebody to turn to and in contact with, and I know he's going to be in contact with his sister. And I know they'll be okay. No, whatever they're going through, they'll be okay. And that's it. I had to draw back. I could not keep carrying on. I did the best I could, and that's all you can do. And it's and you just learn to live. It's hard in this program when you're cut off, when you're own the flesh and blood, and you don't have a relationship with your grandkids. But this is the safest thing, and this is why I look at it, because I know their souls will be okay. And they're old enough, they're streetwise enough to see both sides of the coin. And I just know, no matter what happens, whatever I tried to do when they were younger growing up, it's rubbed off a little bit, and they find their own paths. And with my own family, well, they made their bed, haven't they? And whether or not they'll wake up from their mind control programming, who knows? But I know that I was singled out. As a light bulb switched on, I was always the odd one out, always the one to question things. So here I am today in this program. So yeah, I know how the army must have manipulated somehow and traumatized my older brother, natural brother. I don't blame none of them anymore. I used to a lot, all the time, but that's baggage. If you drag it around you in your neck and it's like a weight on your shoulders, I let that go a while ago. Took me a long time to do that. I know that wherever, these uncertain times, you cannot dwell in the past. You've gone through things, I've been in these situations, good, bad, and the ugly kind of thing. I'm still going through serious shite, and I know one thing at a time. And the fear is what they trigger me off with, always fear. And this is what these demonic side of life has to feed off, is fear. They're sick parasites, is all it is. Sick parasites. And but luckily, when there is a connection, my device is not hacked. I'm going in these different formats and seeing people awakening spiritually. It's lovely, awakening up. There is time of Aquarius. There's people are waking up to the bigger picture, and they're not necessarily spiritual people, and they're waking up to the beautiful awakening of their souls. And it's just like, I don't know what it is. I can see right through them, even though I don't know these people. I can see right through their souls. And when they do live streams or the different social media platforms, I can see right through their eyes. I don't know what it is, but I'm able to tell quite easily. Whether it's I might be a star seed, I don't know. But I'll tell you, no matter how much torture I go through, there's always somebody worse off. I have witnessed firsthand guardian angels. They do exist. There's quite a few times I've witnessed that. You can always also tell with guardian angels around with these beautiful white feathers. They always seem to be dropped nearby when I'm going through so much. I see that, and suddenly my soul, my spirit lifts up without me realizing. And you see, you don't know what people are going through. You can't, in this program, they want you to constantly be on the edge. Okay. And I've learned that long time ago, I tell you. These people that take part in this program, they've been either blackmailed, they've sold out for a few pennies or whatever it is they get paid for, and they have sold out to the dark side. It's not my job to judge them. Their souls, they're going to answer to their creator. Not me, it's not my job. All this is in the hands of my creator. My path, my next journey in life. I was born into this world, into the time I was born into, and the day of my birthday, the month of my birthday is significant. I know that now. And there's no true date when Jesus Christ was born on this earth. It wasn't Christmas Eve, it wasn't December. And it was around September I was born. At a certain time, I won't go into it all there. But yeah, my genetic makeup, my father's side being from where he comes from, the bloodline in his side, just make sure with all that biblical history, knowing what I know now, seeing the bigger picture as like my whole soul is just like I have the ability, I have no idea how, but I have the ability to see right through these souls. I can see right through their eyes. I can see the demon in the eyes. And I say to them, God loves you. God loves you. Have a blessed day. Because they can't react negatively back. They cannot, you know, these souls, it's like you're not talking to the human flesh. You're talking to the demonic souls in them. And I said, have a blessed, wonderful day. How are you? You know, simple little things. And then I say, God and angels, protect me just to get up the road and back in this dodgy wheelchair. Send your guardian angels around me. You know? And you can't tell. You cannot tell sometimes if these, you know, when you get concerned, if you go out, you're going to bump into a perp, there's going to be a setup. This is what they want. They want you to be focused on that negativity. And I've learned to let go of that. It's hard to do because everything goes on, isn't it? And so they know what you're going to do before you do it. So, yeah. And I'll tell you, when we had this snow recently, good gracious me, it wasn't from my upbringing being prepared in the ways I was taught, you know, basic things. You know, I was struggling, but I got through. I get through. You learn to mix and match, and you learn to make do with the little you got, and it's a good training because the future's going to be a rough ride. The food shortages and things like that. So, it's just ironic earlier, my friends were cooking a couple of things and making some meals to spread it out. And I haven't got a fridge. I haven't got a working fridge. And I looked at all these different websites. I'm constantly hacked. Every time I log in to look at paying monthly or whatever, weekly, I can't even do that. I'm constantly locked out. And uncertainty of the financial climate, it wasn't worth getting into a contract for that. I looked to getting a delivery of a mini icebox. Can't even do that. No matter what I try, there's an obstacle in the way. So at the moment, the weather is cool. So I looked at different alternative websites, how to keep things cool without a fridge. And yeah, it's not ideal, but I'm learning about to adjust. I've adjusted. It's quite interesting how you learn to adjust and to change the way you eat things and what to use, what not to use, and what you can use in the old days. I'm looking at the period times from years ago. People didn't have fridges then. They didn't have modern white goods then. What do people do? So I started researching, and it's been very helpful. So there you go. Anyway, I'm not reading the chat again, am I? So I'll get a couple of hours sleep or 3 hours sleep or something like that. Maybe that's what I might do today. Yeah. Reptlain. You're so funny, man. Chatting away, I shouldn't have chatted my way, alright. I can see him, thank you. They want you to hate someone that's genuinely loves you unconditionally in reference to orchestrating you to hate your mum, yeah. That's what I think. What are you reading? Uncle John. Oh my goodness me. Where'd you get that from? Uncle John's name? I haven't heard from his name for years. He was one member of the family. Oh, Uncle John. He was such a sweetheart in the family. My mum's boyfriend at the time. Wow. I don't know about Wayne. God, that rings a bell. Mum should have married him. He wasn't a church member, so she didn't marry him. Check your chat every so often to see what I say. I posted some questions. Wasn't trying. Well, okay, for laughter. I am a natural comedian without trying. Did you mention an uncle? Yeah. Mike or Wayne name? Or was it something else? You lost me. Trying to monitor him. No monitoring what I'm saying, I think. Uncle. I think that could be what I said about my son. I can't remember now, May, on that part. I prefer caps. Maybe you see my comments, be right back. I am still here. Thank you for the memories. Let's play that. No,
Thanks for the memories. The truth has set me free. The memoirs of Bob Hope's and Henry Kissinger's mind-controlled slave, used as a presidential sex toy and personal computer. By Bryce Taylor. Acknowledgements. To my children collectively, mountains of love are still held in reserve for each of you as I take this necessary step toward ensuring your ultimate freedom. Please forgive me for divulging and making public the persons and events that should have remained private to your lives. However, the magnitude of the problem face requires that I do as God guides me. I know that in a normal, healthy family I would have been able to discuss this all with you so we could have decided how to do this together. But that was not possible. Forgive me for taking any liberties that may affect your needs in ways I could not have anticipated. I have put my decisions before the Lord and trust in His infinite wisdom to lead us all to sweet peace and freedom. The mother-child bond we share has very powerfully been the wind beneath my wings. Kevin, my child who was also my friend. Thanks for always being so helpful, capable, thoughtful of others, kind and cheerful. I am proud of you and pray for your release so that you can take the many talents and gifts you possess and use them in ways you and you alone choose. I love you, Kev. Kelly, a promise is a promise. And I will keep coming to you. I will never let go, and I will never stop exposing this and seeking help, no matter what. Thank you for always being so kind and loving. Your gentle nature and the immense love you are shines through even the mind control you're under, in ways everyone can feel. I pray for your release from the programmed state that keeps you shut away from yourself and the world. I miss you and know that God is working powerfully in and through you to bring healing to you and others. I love you. Danny, my child who walks to the beat of a different drummer. I wait in great anticipation to see what you do with the many individual gifts and talents that are yours, yet not yet yours. I grieve for the necessary separation that caused you to have to grow up without a mom at a very early age. I pray that God will restore those years in divine ways. I love you more than you could ever know. To the baby son taken from my arms at birth, my soul longs for you. I still grieve the immense loss of your physical presence. I've missed you over the years and look forward to our reunion if it is God's will. God has promised restoration of family, and I look forward to meeting you again, only this time as a big strong man. My parents, thank you for allowing me passage into the genetic and spiritual structures that would ensure the success of my mission here on Earth. I love you for birthing me and for allowing me to have the necessary experiences my soul required to learn and make my contribution. Dad, your ability to be ahead of your time, and Mom, your ability to unconditionally love, even under mind control, helped me find my way. Ultimately, I know now that you were both caught in the same dark web that I found myself in. I love and forgive you both. Craig, we never had a chance, but we did love each other through it. Thank you for your gentle nature and for supporting me in the ways that you were able toward my recovery. I forgive you. Do you forgive me? My brothers, like Pop told us, may the truth set us all free. Catherine Gould, PhD, what would I have done without you? Thank you for so many things, the first of which saved my life. The clever safety letter attached to my memory packets that I believe kept me alive. Your continued support and helpful listening proved to give me that extra leg up that I needed to trust myself in order to go forward with this manuscript. 4. Margie Paul, PhD, thank you for helping me connect to my innate spirituality and my inner child, children, and for holding and loving those little ones within me as I healed. Thanks for your willingness to go into the fearsome darkness with me and for your dedication to love, stretching beyond professional rules to serve in the ways I needed. I love you. Ted Gunderson, thank you for helping me begin to stay safe with security measures and bodyguards and for kneeling before the Lord while the Holy Spirit worked within us, so that together we could work toward exposing the horrors that have been a part of so many victims' lives, in order that those planning the New World Order would fail. Thank you for being there over the years to remind me when I became discouraged, remember who wins in the end. May God's larger plan set the captives free at last. Walter Bell Ward, may God bless you abundantly for holding the space of truth for victims of all ages starting way back in 1978 when your first edition of Operation Mind Control hit the bookstores. You have stayed in the battle for truth and justice, and I thank you for continuing to hold on to the reality which most were faint of heart and not strong enough to endure. Thank you for being there. Joe, thanks for encouraging me to continue and for teaching me the placemat method. Lauren Stratford, thank you for being courageous enough to hear the call of the Lord when you walked out in front of us all to pioneer a healing path for those who want to be healed. Thank you for your encouragement in times of trouble, and may God bless you for your continued support of survivors all over the world. I love you. Lynn Moss Sharman, who had the spiritual courage, fortitude and determination to found Stone Angels to support mind control victims in Canada, and then XMC, Advocacy Committee for Human Experimentation Survivors Mind Control. Your work is crucial, as you've documented the reality of mind control experimentation through the chronicling of countless victims' testimony. May the Great Spirit richly reward you for your beautiful spiritual purity and faith, and your work here. Bobby Gagne, may the love and compassion you have shown for countless survivors return to you multiplied. Thank you for educating many in the field of law enforcement so they may now help victims who are still suffering. Thank you for doing what Christ would do. I love you. Alice Miller, the example you showed me through your books was priceless. Through them I was to learn that by trusting my own experience, especially those that I had as a child, that I might transcend what is currently known in order to more fully advocate for children. Stuart Perlman, PhD, thanks for telling me the truth was within, when others told me to forget the past and live in the present. You were right. Thank you for listening for hours to the horror of my past. I know it was very difficult for you to hear. God bless you. Claire Reeves, President, Mothers Against Sexual Abuse, MASA, thank you for holding the shield of protection for children and for being there with me, even in court, when I began exposing my affluent abusers back in 1992. I know it has been difficult at times and that you have had to withstand much opposition, but just know that many have been helped because of the work you have done. God bless you. Margaret, my sister in Christ. Thank you for being my trusted secretary, best friend and support team through the rough times. I thank Jesus for guiding you into my life so that together we could fulfill 5. His plan for freeing his children, large and small. May God bless and keep you all the days of your life. You are so precious to me. Mary Lewis, for constantly doing what Jesus would do. Without funds, outward direction, or much support, you have single-handedly done a miraculous job in helping endless victims of mind control break free and heal. May God bless and keep you safe as you continue his work. Lowell Lewis, for bringing humor and love to your work in supporting Mary and the many victims that the two of you have worked with and loved over the years. Thanks for sharing your Bible with me. Stuart Merlott, thank you for your continued support of me, especially with the editing, and your awesome devotion toward exposing and ending the inner workings of the New World Order and of the mind control that fuels it. Thank you for not stopping, even when it seemed hopeless. May your selflessness and dedication be richly rewarded by God. Judith, thanks for your loving support and help in the initial typesetting. Doris, my loving prayer partner. Thank you for your continued prayers for my family's release. I love you. Terry, thank you for your loving support through the intense birthing of this book. Lawrence, thank you for teaching me how to rest and for being my friend. Elizabeth, thank you for being the beautiful light of compassion and love, and for crying when you first heard me speak about my life. Thanks for being with Kelly while I studied the brainwave technology that enabled me to help her at home, and for encouraging me to keep learning when I felt I couldn't do it. Your constant prayers have been an incredible upliftment. God bless you. Chip Tatum, thank you for heroically sharing your first-hand witness of CIA mind control, even validating it on video with me. I'm sorry you had to go to prison for telling the truth, but I'm so grateful that now you are free. God bless you and your wife in your new life. All those that went before, I want to thank all those courageous souls who gave their lives in the service of ending this abuse. Jesus, the love of my life, my Lord and Savior. Thank you for your leading. Thank you for bringing the Holy Spirit to lead and guide me through the danger to make this contribution. It is because of you that I survived through this life and healed in order to bring the truth to light. Continue to work in me to create my mind to be more like yours. 6. A note to ritual abuse survivors and all those under mind control, whether conscious and in recovery or still unconscious and unaware. Certain material contained within these pages may illustrate the precepts of mind control. Nothing in this book should create any problems in the internal structure of those who have dissociative identity disorder, formerly called multiple personality disorder, or those currently under mind control. However, some survivors report difficulty in reading anything which relates to their current perception of their victimization. Readers who know or suspect they are incest, ritual abuse, or mind control survivors and are in therapy would do well to consult with God before reading this book. The mention of an office, service, or organization in this book does not constitute endorsement or recommendation by the author, and should not be relied upon as such, but is provided for information purposes only. The author, editor, or publisher can in no way be held liable for the use or misuse of the information in this book. 7. Bryce Taylor, thanks for the memories, forward by Walter Bell Ward, thanks for the memory. 1. More than 25 years had passed since I began research into what was then called brainwashing, a comically euphemistic term invented in the 1950s by CIA propaganda specialist Edward Hunter. It's been 21 years since my book on the subject Operation Mind Control was published internationally, and 5 years since it reappeared as the greatly expanded limited researcher's edition, featuring an account of Lois that offers a synopsis of the book you hold in your hands. Now it can be told. Lois is Susan Ford, whose pseudonym is Bryce Taylor. Her book Thanks for the Memories, which, by all reports, is greatly anticipated by an audience better educated than the one I encountered in the 1970s, is now published for all the world to read. I wrote my book Operation Mind Control while living in Arizona, still a backward state, dominated by federal funds and jobs, and the dissociated and extremely provincial beliefs that come with it. In the 70s, most of the people I spoke with about what I called, generically, Mind control thought I was crazy. Those who were not afraid to express their opinions on the subject believed it to be impossible. They strongly believed they could not be made to do something against their will and without their own knowledge. They believed they had indomitable powers at will, like the CIA-funded psychologist, Timothy Leary's fellow debater and Watergate burglar, G. Gordon Liddy. They believed, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that they could not be broken, fragmented, and mentally enslaved by any technology, even if it included hypnosis, drugs, electronic brain stimulation, or what came to be called biological process control. My interest in this subject was piqued by a young man, David, I had known all my life. He returned from a 4-year tour with the United States Air Force in a confused and deeply tormented state. You could not say that he had a destroyed mind. He suffered from complete amnesia about the past years of service in the USAF, but he was making straight A's in pre-medical courses at a prominent university. I did not recognize him as he sat, slumped in an overstuffed chair in my living room in 1973. He had undergone a couple of years of treatment with a competent psychiatrist and was finally asked by her, "Do you want to know what this is and how it was created, or do you just want to be able to function?" He decided that functioning was good enough, and his treatment accelerated, taking a wide turn away from the historical events he remembered, which included being a human tape recorder, and witnessing the most secret negotiations with North Vietnam and with royals of the Arabic persuasion who beheaded a prisoner he had just witnessed being interrogated. The image of this decapitation still haunts him in his dreams. In 1973, the Rockefeller Commission's report revealed that CIA Director Richard Helms had supposedly destroyed 153 separate files on the long-running, top-secret project called Cultura as his last act in office.
Wow.
In years to come, many of those files were discovered as misplaced files. They revealed a long history of criminal activities by individuals who ignored the National Security Act and ran amok, arrogantly treating citizens of their own country as just so many lab rats. I can hypnotize a man, without his knowledge or consent, into committing treason against the United States. Dr. George Esther Brooks, 1943. This Canadian-born Rhodes Scholar was a hypnosis expert and a former professor at Colgate University with long-standing ties to U.S. military and domestic intelligence, and to Martin Orne, MD.
Alright. I don't know, Mo, if it was Scott Channel. You said change the name from Wayne. Oh yeah, Wayne, Australia. I found out it was Uncle John. You changed it to Uncle John, Wayne. Yeah. That's OSY I asked. The chat. Frequently why you chat. Okay. Was Scott saying something about Wayne changing the name Uncle John? No, I noticed that myself a while ago. Tanya a while ago, before they blocked her talking to me, said also he uses that name and he's on Discord on a different server using a different name also again as well. After see if it is the same one by checking the website, not the website, 4 hours streaming.
Because a large leaf from a tropical plant was making the noise. Once they understood there was nothing to fear, the villagers went to sleep that night and didn't hear the elephant snorting.
Scott said I use
nor did they mention it again. In those days,
caps. Yes, I know. You said that before, don't you? Why you use it? I use caps on channels when chat is busy. Yeah, don't blame you. You're a good moderator. So my comment stands out. And some use small devices, that's right. Or have bad eyesight. Exactly, well thought out, Mo.
Trained elephant in a particular cave next to our hometown. I cannot tell you the experiences Sue Ford reports are accurate to the letter, since I was not a witness to all of them. But, as I revealed in Operation Mind Control, 1994, I once saw Sue on a Palm Springs golf course in the company of her alleged handler, Bob Hope. At that time I was editor-in-chief of Palm Springs Life magazine, which had just won the Maggie Award for publishing the Best City magazine. It was at the Bob Hope Classic that I saw Sue, but I didn't speak to her, as I was busy covering the happenings and celebrities, which have graced the magazine since the 1950s. Sue was one of the Bob Hope Classic hostesses, assisting the public and the press in a variety of functions. My path crossed Sue's again years later when I was interviewing another survivor of mind control, but I'll spare you those details. Just read my book. I can tell you that Sue Ford believes the story she has written with all her being, and her account is described herein has remained consistent. Most of her memories, conveyed in her book, she obtained outside of the therapy setting on the island of Kauai, while journaling on the beach, since she could not afford a therapist at that time. The perceived safety of the location and the steady sound of the waves in the background provided her with the ability to focus inward, allowing intense flashbacks to recur, including intense memory of her physical sensations during those events, called body memories, all of which she was able to write down in her journals. Sue's journals are amazingly free of mistakes, and that's no small feat since they were written in indelible ink. One gets the impression that Sue simply downloaded this material from her inner multiple personalities, who were desperately wanting to get this information out. Offering up these truths in these post-false memories Spindrome Foundation days takes courage. The well-funded foundation, composed of alleged pedophiles and psychiatrists, my term for professionals who worked for the CIA and mind control projects over a period of approximately 50 years, has led an effective fight in the courts to establish the fact that a person can easily be made to believe things which are not true. When I asked many of those who would later sit on the FMSF board, if a 9 person could be made to do something against their will and without their knowledge, they denied that it was possible in the mid-70s. They have not yet turned their earlier stance completely around. Nor have they taken the next step to offer proof that a person can be made to do something against their will and without their knowledge, but they have gone far enough with their argument that justice is no longer served by eyewitness accounts. Responding to FMSF lawsuits, the state of California, I'm told, has made new laws, which would disqualify the testimony of anyone who has ever confessed to having been hypnotized. Most lawyers mental health professionals don't understand them, and haven't bothered to educate the judicial branch of government. To begin to understand the full range of dissociative disorders, from post-traumatic stress disorder to bipolar disorder to the former multiple personality disorder, now called dissociative identity disorder, one must confront the national security state and its military-industrial complex, which created the killers who all too often came home from their service to their country to beat and sexually abuse their wives and children. One gets the impression today that the majority of both mental health experts and judges believe that multiple personality disorder can easily be faked during expert examinations. However, most professionals with experience treating DID will tell you that it is almost impossible to fake an autonomic response, the kind of response that is used to assess the reality of a dissociated state. Faking an autonomic response would be about as easy as deliberately dilating or contracting your pupils without any change of light stimulus. On one case, the Freedom of Thought Foundation sent me to investigate the case of Robert Joe Moody, an alleged serial killer with a top-secret security clearance in the USMC. I brought one of the leading experts in the treatment of DID into the prison conference room. Within minutes, this doctor had the killer manifesting 4 different personalities. When he first switched into the killer personality, the room filled with heat. The doctor told me it was not unusual for a whole variety of physical changes to occur when a multiple switched. The room quickly getting hot from the temperature change of Moody's body when he switched from one personality to the other is a good example of the sort of autonomic response I'm talking about. I'd like to see even the best trained actor do that on cue. After the interview with Moody, as we were leaving the prison, the doctor said to me, "Well, what do you want to do? Integrate these personalities, or just let the little 9-year-old personality take the punishment, death by lethal injection, for all the others, just like he has always been doing?" In the only study of death row inmates in America, roughly 14% tested as being undiagnosed cases of DID. Only a few prisons were used in this study. It focused only on convicted murderers and did not investigate violent criminals who were convicted of assault or crimes less than murder. Other non-capital offenders were omitted. This study clearly showed the ignorance, or prejudice, of the American judicial system, one in which the diagnosis malingering is given to people suffering from DID. Malingering is a psychiatric term that means the subject is faking an illness. The poorly trained psychologists and psychiatrists working as court-appointed expert witnesses don't know how to test nor diagnose dissociative disorders. The most tragic moment of Moody's story, for most, is when they view the police videotape of the accused killer being read the Miranda warnings. Here, clearly, is the 9-year-old personality, Bobby, picking at a scab on his hand, speaking in a halting voice, not understanding who he was, due to amnestic fugue, nor what the words in the Miranda warnings meant. It was the only time the accused was read his rights. And as you might expect, Bobby wasn't the killer, nor was he even present at the 10 scene of the crime. The killer personality was named XE and was, by all present indications, created during Moody's service in the Marine Corps. Mental health professionals generally overlook the possibility of deliberate programming. Or maybe that's part of the conspiracy against freedom of thought. Many shrinks of themselves unwitting accomplices in this conspiracy. Professional expressions of denial about the access and deliberate programming of dissociated children by agents of national security states is about as comforting as if they'd told you that the conclusions of the Warren Commission report were accurate and correct. Even certain members of the International Society for the Study of Dissociative Disorders has put DID in a separate legal category, so that people expressing multiple personalities cannot be found not guilty by reason of insanity. Dr. Colin Ross, one of the leading experts on dissociative disorders, expressed the opinion that DID may be the cause of most of the serious problems of our society, such as gangsterism, drive-by shootings, schoolyard assassinations, random acts of terrorism and all the rest of the trauma America has been experiencing over the past few years, an idea not yet examined by criminologists, prison experts, and others who would supposedly protect and serve. To understand dissociation is to understand the paradigm shift in our culture, from an industrial culture to an information culture. To understand it is to look into the heart of the dissociated states of America and the dissociated states of Europe and the Orient. The seeds of dissociation have been sown throughout history, from our earliest recorded days until the present. You can find evidence of it in the first terrors of the cavemen, in the shamanic practices of most primitive cultures, to the present co-option of severely dissociated people found among the ranks of modern military recruits. A cross-section of our society finds its way into military service, and a representational number of them suffer from dissociative disorders. These form a fertile pool for recruitment of programmed personnel. After you've met a few of them, you realize they have one thing in common: they are highly suggestible. Thus it is easy to capitalize on the trauma implanted in their child's mind by daddy, uncle, and maybe or whomever. Once dissociation shows up in the military entrance tests, they are sorted out for programming. From their ranks are created autonomic assassins, amnestic couriers, and Matahari sex biology agents who've given their involuntary or with no consent form requested. Who would do such a thing, you ask? Read on. Learn about the cryptocracy that has been gradually amassing its power over the human mind since the days when the swastika was forced underground, and its armband torn from the sleeves, but its legacy was not removed from the hearts and minds of those welcomed to America under Project Paperclip, when Nazi war criminals, posing as scientists, were flown from the front, hidden among those who had spilled their blood fighting fascism. The value of programming to the cryptocrats is understood when you realize its usefulness in harnessing a slave labor force and covering up crimes. More than one forensic psychiatrist has told me that our criminal justice systems are not prepared to deal with these cases. And it's been that way for quite some time. The litigious actions of the False Memory Syndrome Foundation have done further damage to justice by successfully obfuscating the realities of dissociative disorders and by blaming its cause on the treatment of incompetent mental health professionals. Whether a victim of DID, trained and conditioned and honed for government use, claims they have been raised in a satanic cult, or a secret society, or been abducted by aliens matters not at all. For eons of time, throughout the entire history of mankind, as far as we know, war and trauma have created this evil, which is multi-generational, passed down the family tree from parent to child in an unbroken chain. The flavor of the torture matters not, it is nonetheless torture. The style of programming, 11, matters not, it is nonetheless programming. Usually the women are turned into slaves of one kind or another. The men are turned into killers or handlers. Regardless of the content of their story, the professional can only take it at face value, support the client, use it as a metaphor if nothing else, and try one technique after another until they get the results they are seeking, reintegration and eventual recovery. After spending the past 5 years studying programmed killers, it is refreshing to turn once again to Sue Ford's case. Most of us cannot keep from wincing at her vivid descriptions in certain parts. Others similarly victimized have experienced tortures so terrible, literally unspeakable, that they might think Sue had a privileged time of it. Though, Sue was used at a very high level in such ways that required her physical preservation. Many survivors, it would appear, are generally too incapacitated to write their own story and too destitute or crippled to achieve sufficient recovery. Sue's story, truly a psychiatrist's nightmare come true, is like a fascinating, multifaceted gemstone washed up on a wide, sandy Hawaiian beach after having battled typhoons, riptides and the treacherous forces of man and nature. It is the story of a survivor who truly has emerged as a victor against all odds. We must salute Sue. She has preceded the therapeutic community's understanding of dissociation and reintegration in the context of mind control. She's been a teacher as well as a patient, and has inspired many of those who are leading the way toward real healing, not just a drugging of symptoms as is too commonly found to be the mental health cure for MPD. Through her valiant recovery from trauma-based mind control, Sue has paved the way for other survivors to follow. Let's join her in shining the light on the path for those survivors who are ready, willing and able to stand and be counted. Their liberation will be ours, all of us. To your own free thinking. WHO Ward Director, Freedom of Thought Foundation, 12. Bryce Taylor, thanks for the memories. Historical overview, mind control in the modern context. Mind control is a mind control reinforcement to ensure amnesia of my use in pornography, prostitution, and later projects I was to serve in. By the end of the 5 inches grade, when I was almost 11, I had gone through puberty, was fully developed and had already had my menstrual cycle for a year. Despite the abuse, I was programmed to be an average student, with many school personalities who helped me act like a normal kid. Often I displayed behavior problems in school, as I acted out, due to what was secretly going on at home and at other dark, hidden places. My teachers merely passed off my joking and constant disruption as typical mischievous behavior, and I won an award for class clown. I also had personalities who were totally amnesiac of any of my abuse who were able to function normally at school. As I entered junior high school, I did the things that normal kids do. I was a cheerleader, performed in the chorus, sang solos at school performances, won awards for the most beautiful smile and for being the class clown, and obtained other awards for service. And my mother had the cleanest house in the neighborhood. To all outward appearances, all of these families I've mentioned seemed to be normal, upstanding citizens of the community. And no one would have ever suspected that, in secret, all of this abuse was occurring. The mothers kept clean children and clean houses, smiled and were polite and caring in public, and the fathers acted charming and were considered responsible businessmen in the community. What went on behind closed doors, that no one wanted to believe or hear about, not even my school principal, was the spiritual, physical, and emotional devastation of many, many children. In my desperation to obtain help or understanding, I started very early trying to figure out what was wrong. I kept bumping into mind control programming that rerouted my thoughts, and exasperated with my statements and questions, my mother constantly reminded me from her own programming, "You just think too much." When I turned 11, my father announced he was flying me to his small hometown of Correctionville, Iowa, to meet my grandparents. I was surprised by this invitation, as family problems, 78, had estranged my father from his parents for years. In fact, from even before my birth. My father never had anything pleasant to say about his parents. But I was excited to fly on an airplane, which I mistakenly thought was my first time, and curious about meeting my grandparents for the first time. The telltale fact that my father hated them, and had stolen their car and run away from home at 15 never entered my thought processes. Nor was I able to wonder why my mother and brothers were not invited to go along. Unfortunately, due to the mind control I was under, I did not have the ability to question or to wonder about anything along certain lines. I merely went along with what I was told to do. I was impregnated several months before we were to go to Iowa. My mother took me shopping to a clothes store called Star Dusters. It was like Hollywood there. The sales lady picked out dresses and took me into the dressing room and, in spite of my embarrassment, dressed me in outfits complete with accessories. My mother bought me several expensive outfits, complete with hats, belts, purses and fancy, frilly undergarments, although she wore old, ragged clothes and at home the word was that we were broke. On the way home from our shopping spree, my mother took note of my maternally pooching tummy, and over the next few months, yelled at me constantly saying, "Hold in your stomach." Neither of us consciously knew that I was pregnant and I tried my best to hold in my tummy. During my teen years, I was usually anorexic, very thin, and didn't eat much, so the fact that I was pregnant for a month or two was not easy to detect, especially to those who wouldn't have ever expected it. My paternal grandfather, Ivan Charles Eckhart, was a Jersey ice cream manufacturer, a multimillionaire and mayor of the town of Correctionville, Iowa, where he lived with my grandmother. Later on he won a landslide election to become a supervisor of the 3rd District and for years was involved in both local and state politics. My paternal grandmother, Leah Eckhart, was a small but angry-tempered woman. Now I understand why. Instead of sleeping upstairs in the plush bedroom with my grandfather, she slept in a bare cement-floored basement on a small cot. At the time I could not question or wonder about that either. My grandparents are now both deceased, left with never having the opportunity of understanding or healing the intergenerational abuse that created this problem to begin with. I had many traumatic experiences on my visits to Iowa. I suppose, back then, my father's return visit to his parents appeared just to be a family reunion, but nothing could have been further from the truth. While in Iowa, I had the first of several forced abortions, which was performed in a torturous fashion by a local doctor. Although I was actually raped and made pregnant at a ritual, I was humiliated and shamed for becoming pregnant. As in all trauma-based mind control, everything was a double bind. I was blamed and shamed for everything that happened, none of which I ever had any control over. My baby, which was not yet old enough to be born alive, was nevertheless a perfectly formed fetus. My grandparents and my father performed a ritual behind our house in which they convinced me that I had killed my own baby. It was obviously born dead, and they ate it and forced me to participate.
Oh my God.
Since I was suffering from multiple personality disorder, this traumatic experience, along with many others, was stored neatly away from my conscious mind, hidden in alternate personalities, and sealed away from my conscious awareness by programming that covered and hid the truth of my life. One night after returning to my grandfather's house, somehow the experiences that terrified me were not so neatly hidden from my inspiration. I phoned my mother to her to help me. Overhearing me, my grandfather grabbed the phone out of my hand and proceeded to rip the phone out of the wall and in retaliation, tied me to the post of his iron bed frame.
No, it's not gossip.
They went out of
No.
town. My grandfather was very brutal. But my father, 79, was was very proud of the human technology.
I'm not too sure. I'll have to check the channel out. No. I can't say either way properly at the moment. Oh yeah, if you want to put a link to Solo America's channel in the chat, I haven't seen his channel in a long time.
My father wanted to demonstrate that I would smile and show no signs of the pain due to mind control. After these meetings, I was connected to a higher level.
Don't blame you.
From then on, when my father took me on our yearly trips to Iowa, I was slowly connected to more and more political figures.
Yeah, exactly, mate.
He used me wherever he could to get cash.
Okay. If this cuts off, stop by doing it. I'm just going to try and get some sleep.
Which was a treat we could not previously afford.
It's 4 o'clock UK time. Thank you, property.
Training farms. There were child and adolescent training centres called farms that I believe were located in Montreal, a city in the French Canadian province of Quebec. I was taken to one for grace training, and to step up the etiquette and formal training I would need to be used a notch higher. Other teenage girls were also there in training. It felt like a prison. I think I was there for a week.
The video links in
difficult
the
to
chat.
determine the actual span of time. It
mentioned is the call for a one world government. And one of those supporting this leap forward is Norman Cousins, president of the World Federalist Society. He's on record as saying this, quote, "World government is coming. In fact, it is inevitable. No arguments for it or against it can change that fact," unquote. And I say that is a lie. 240 million Americans standing up in concert with each other, holding a rifle in their hands, can stop it instantly in its tracks. And that's the truth of why we were given the second article and amendment to the Constitution. It has nothing to do with hunting or preserving your private property. It has to do with preserving our freedom. The goal of a one world government, folks, is not a new thought. One of the earliest formal organizations that supported the concept of that goal was the Illuminati, founded on May 1st, 1776 by Adam Weishaupt, a Jesuit priest, a professor at Ingolstadt University, a Jesuit university, a teacher of canon law, Professor Weishaupt.
That's when Vicky went and educate yourself to law if you find it. Okay. Thirteenth of the 3rd, 2023. Monday UK time. 4ish or something in the morning, I think. Take care, mate. I'll try and see if I get cut off or something, mate. I've hacked into the computer, okay. Oh, switch is on to live with the camera. If I can.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We have an and drink beforehand. Let's try this side. Right. Mm.